to the sweet spot. It's sweet, he said, just keep it hot. Just keep it hot. Welcome to the sweet spot. Come on, everybody. Just keep it hot. Just keep it hot. Just keep it hot.
How y'all doing out there tonight?
Oh, Lord. I've been thinking all night what I'm gonna do to make it right. I'm gonna get some candy, and when my mind gets to going all kinds of places, and I just don't know what I'm gonna taste. Give me the candy, it's so sweet. I gotta be about to treat it. Yeah, it's like a lot of feet wrapped up into one. Excited, that's so fun.
Welcome to the sweet spot. It's sweet, he said, just keep it hot. Just keep it hot. Welcome to the sweet spot.
Come on, get it spicy.
Just keep it hot.
Just keep it hot.
Just keep it hot.
Now my 4 hours are from 9 to 5.
Hey, y'all let the show go, and we gonna sit here and we gonna go wild. We'll keep that music playing, man. We gotta keep it going. I know we gotta keep out this all this love and joy, all this peace and talk all over the place. But just say, hey,
The sweet spot. It's sweet, he said, just keep it hot. Just keep it hot.
Just keep it hot, lady.
Welcome to the sweet spot.
That's all I said.
Just keep it hot.
Baby,
Just keep it hot. Welcome to the sweet spot. It's sweet, he said, just keep it hot. Just keep it hot. Welcome to the sweet spot. It's sweet, he said, just keep it hot. Just keep it hot. Welcome to the sweet spot. It's sweet, he said, just keep it hot. Just keep it hot. Welcome to the sweet spot. It's sweet, he said, just keep it hot.
just keep it hot.
Just keep it hot.
You want
all right.
candy? I got all kind of candy.
That's what
All kind of
the show
candy.
going on for y'all tonight.
I got
We wanna want you to comment down below. Let us know the show. Also, cool. You want to, your fortune read.
Welcome to the sweet spot.
We fought. We gonna keep it hot. Let's go.
Just keep it hot. Welcome to the sweet spot. It's sweet, he said, just keep it hot. Just keep it hot. The sweet spot. It's sweet, he said, just keep it hot. Just keep it hot. Welcome to the sweet spot. It's sweet, he said, just keep it hot. Welcome to the sweet spot. It's sweet, he said, just keep it hot.
About to have a damn epileptic seizure or some of these damn lights flashing all in my face. What the hell is wrong with you, man? I don't know. Let me make sure you got it right up in here. Hey, on everything I love, any one of y'all talking about I look like Leon Phelps for the ladies, man, you getting banned. We gonna put you on Facebook jail, YouTube jail, or whatever kind of jail on social media they can put you in. If we can put you in real jail, we're gonna make sure that happens. That's a damn travesty. You don't sit here and disrespect me like that. Talking about I look like that, man. Yeah.
But I do kind of sound, I kind of do feel like this, I do like to, represent like the ladies, man, okay?
Thank you. Yeah. So, Miss Lauren, how you doing tonight? Ladies, let's give a round of applause.
Hello. Thank you for having me.
Thank you for being on. Hey, you guys, I want to let you know this is like one of my dearest friends. Like, we go back like Cadillacs, you know. Actually, we go back to like Oldsmobiles. They don't even make those no more, but they were still making them when we was in school. You feel me? So, oh man, damn near 20, almost 20 years. Known each other almost
Yeah,
20 years.
damn. God, making me
That's
feel
perfect.
old.
You don't have look. Trust me, you can still feel good. Look, once you start having kids, them little motherfuckers make you feel old. Cause you'll be out here like, yeah, man, you know, I'm still out here moving, and then your son standing next to you, like, yeah, I'm moving with you too. Like, wait, hold on, you ain't even. Well, you just in diapers 10 years ago, bro. Like, it's been 10 years, so like, what? If our kids do not trick me out, just watching my children get huge, and it's like, damn. Like my sister has teenagers now. It's crazy. You know, being there from when the youngest were, you know, when the oldest were born to the youngest, especially with hers. But once again, I want to welcome you on to the show. Thank you, thank you. Welcome to the sweet spot. Welcome
Thank you.
to the.
That was a dope intro. I liked it. That was
Thank you,
fun.
thank you. That's actually our single that's going to be coming out called "Keep
Oh,
It Hot."
man.
Yeah, so you got, you know, you get some exclusive music, you know, that we play here, you know,
Awesome.
every
Send that to me so I can share it.
for sure, for sure. Well, right now we can't because we get ready to part. It's about to come out pretty soon, so we don't want to leak it before we kind of on. Right now is the only place we hear, but before we get ready to release it, we'll send it to you so that way you can be able to share it. Probably like a day before. I'll make sure I get it to you. That way, when it comes out, we can hit on all cylinders and, you know, cover all bases and hit everybody from all angles. You know, think they fought an octopus. It was just only a one man band. You feel like, man, that was an octopus. No, 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 Dad. It was just no. Well, enough about me and about us. Tell us about you. Tell us about your wonderful spiritual journey.
So, I don't even know where to start with that because I feel like it's like there's layers to it, but I think the last like big push was in 2018. I was 3 weeks before I was turning 30. And I was in Austin already with my boyfriend at the time. And my dad passed away. And then 11 days later, my boyfriend of 3.5 years left. And so that really opened this, like, really, it's called like a dark night of the soul, like where you really go within, like a really like dark period. And probably for that year, I didn't handle it well. I mean, I was still, you know, on this journey of spirituality, but I wasn't being my best self during the time. And then in 2020, like the first day, January 1st, I decided to give up alcohol for the whole year. And I was just like, I'm just giving it up. I need to be better. I need to do better. And then when the pandemic hit, like I had been wanting to quit my job for a while. I was a behavior therapist for 10 years. I worked with kids with autism and special needs. And I loved working with the kids, but I knew it wasn't my forever. It wasn't my life's purpose and journey. I have so much value from that career and job. And then when the pandemic hit, it was kind of like, okay, this is the time. I'm gonna do something crazy and totally trust in the universe and listen to my intuition. And I decided to leave that job and really step into what I wanted to do with my life and how I wanted to show up in the world. And that kind of just opened up this portal inside myself and this connection I have with the universe. And it's just been transforming and moving me ever since. So that's kind of been my journey the last 2.5 years now.
Dope. That's dope. I mean, that's crazy that you said that because I mean, I can honestly relate to you because I would say I've kind of been on the same, probably around the time I hit 30, probably like a year before or so. You know, I had like a couple of extremely low moments in my 20s that really damn near broke me. You know, damn near completely broke me as a human, as a man, as a person, you know, just as a father and everything, you know, and it just took for me to start, I guess around 25, 26, I started meditating and I started kind of, you know, taking self-inventory. And I started realizing that, you know, I can't control my emotions and my anger. I just had to dig deep within, you know. And I had to realize that at the end of the day, we are our own worst enemies, you know. And I had to not let a lot of different things consume me in my life. You know, a lot of different things were pissing me off at the time, you know, getting into it with people and, you know, just feeling extremely depressed. Like I didn't want to live anymore, you know, I wanted to completely, I just wanted to completely give up, you know, contemplate suicide. And I started seeking spiritual knowledge after a while. You know, I started looking within, like, how can I make a difference? You know, how can I feel better about myself? You know, and what can I do to change certain things? And I was able to realize that I had to look at the world as one. You know, start realizing life wasn't just about me. And it took for me to go to Coachella and work out there, live out there for a whole month, almost like I was in a damn refugee camp, just working and, you know, surviving just on my own survival instincts alone. Like I could have easily came back home and made it easier for me, you know, been more comfortable, but I had to realize that I had to make that change and went through a sandstorm out there and I was helping people and it made me feel good. And I started realizing that life wasn't about what I can do for myself or what people can do for me. It's about what can I do for life and what can I do for people.
Yeah. Yeah, I really resonate with that. I really had to put my ego to the side during this journey and find purpose from my pain and my trauma and my past and come from it from a scar instead of the wound and love it and speak about it and hold a container of safety and acceptance of love for other people who want to do the same with their past, want to deepen their self-love, and who are also open to other ways of thinking, because I think we've grown up in a really just like, can I cuss on this?
On the wing, yeah, you
We've really grown up in a fucked up world, like all these programs and patriarchal toxic masculinity of just, it's all lies and bullshit trying to really keep us away from our truth. And I think enough people are waking up to be like, hey, this doesn't work for me anymore, and seeing certain things that really feel good for their truth. And that's what I'm all about, is really just being there for people who, what feels good to them, what's their truth, because my truth may not be someone else's truth. It's so individual. And that's what I've really recognized, especially with working with kids with autism. Every single client I had was individual and different. And that's kind of universal with humans. I mean, we're so much more alike, but we still have our differences. And that's so beautiful at the same time, because I think we get to honor that instead of, you know, keep that illusion of division, because it's just that, it's an illusion, because, you know, that fear can easily control us. And so that's why I'm so passionate about what I do, why I speak through my experiences, and you know, hold the invitation and welcome anybody who wants to do the same. So that's so awesome that you found that in yourself and really leading that example.
Yeah, I mean, it was a journey, you know, and it's a lot of us that are out there, you know, there's a lot of people out there that probably watching this and going through the same thing, you know. And it's just tough for just anybody at the end of the day to kind of just, you know, just ignore what they're going through. It's a big thing because you get sometimes where people be like, hey, well, just let it go. Just move past it, you know. And like you said, you got to put your ego to the side. And that's one of the hardest things with anybody, you know. Sometimes we may not realize that we have an ego. We could be the nicest, sweetest, kindest person in the world, but, you know, we'll not realize that we have an ego due to the fact that, you know, we may not admit that we're going through anything. So we may be so high on ourselves, like, I can't be going through this. That's impossible
Yeah.
that I'm going, you know, and not realizing that, yeah, it can happen to you. And it will happen to you if you don't pay attention, you know. And if it
And it's
does, what are you going to
Yeah, and it's really healing those parts. So then when we embody and integrate all the trauma, because that's where it starts, like it really bothers me when people are like, oh, you just need to raise your vibration. It's all about your mindset. It's like, well, you need to heal your trauma first. And you need to find people who will honor that and hold that space. And then we can get to higher vibrations. Because if you want to look at scientifically, energetically, like that energy is still there and it's stuck and it needs to be loved and moved in a certain way. And when you can do that in spaces and containers of safety and acceptance, that's when you create magic. That's when you create healing and finding those connections, because humans, we're wired for connection. And it's really dismantling all these illusions, all these like negative false programs, so we can actually be happy and be who we want to be, who we were designed to be by the universe, creator, whoever you align with and resonate with. At least that's what I feel. And that's what I'm seeing more people really stepping into. And I'm so happy about that, because it's like people are kind of waking up and like, hey, I don't really believe what I'm hearing right now, because, you know, these patterns, and it just is like, you know, it doesn't serve me.
You know, that's real talk. And it's funny that you said that. It's kind of hilarious. Like I said, it's funny that you said it because it touches on where people kind of, in a way, step away or kind of branched away from religion because there's not enough spirituality and there's not enough of that going on in these houses of, you know, religion, these places of religion, you know. And the thing is, at the end of the day, you know, religion is supposed to be an introduction into spirituality. It's supposed to explain what you're going through. And I kind of used to get upset when I would go to church and we would have like a pastor or somebody say, well, let me teach you how to read this. And it's kind of almost like, well, why can't I go and seek the knowledge for myself? You know, why can't I go and learn these things for myself? And why, at the end of the day, if I do look into this on my own, am I wrong for that? You know, sometimes people ridicule you. Oh, well, you can't lean to your own understanding. I mean, I'm pretty sure, like, I paid attention in English, and this book is written in plain English now.
Right.
I'm like, I even paid attention in Old English, and I'm like, when he said he had not known the woman the way he had known his wife, I mean, oh yeah, I mean, he didn't know her. No, that means he had not been with a woman the way he had been with his wife. I'm like, the reason why he said that known, it was like, yeah, we're not gonna say that. Fucked another woman the way he fucked his wife. It was like he had not, you know, like basically Shakespeare, he had not known it, another woman the way he had known his wife. For whom that may have concern, and for thou the world shall be ended. Like what? Like, okay, that's fine. You know, no, that's just like random, but that's where a lot of people, you know, if you don't go and read that yourself and study that yourself, people will honestly think that, you know, hey, well, you're crazy. You know, they'll think that that's, I mean, not crazy, but they'll think that that's just law because they didn't read it themselves. And you're like, wait, I didn't even say that in there. Because the person that's translating it to you may be dyslexic,
themselves. You know, they may not be able to read it properly themselves, but if we only lean to just someone else's understanding and someone else's guidance to things, then we'll continue to be lost and misguided, you know. So I truly believe that it is what we need right now. All the positivity, the waking up and realizing who we are at the end of the day, and realizing that not all of us are going to be NBA players. Not all of us are going to be Donald Trump or have $1 billion. Not all of us are going to be a Fortune 500 CEO. Some of us might be a florist. Some of us might be a painter. Architect, or the guy, the trash guy, or whatever. You never know. We all have a role to play in this world, and the problem is we're all hyped up into thinking that we're all running the same race, and we're not.
Yeah. And somebody's individuality and gifts, that's what make us all unique. And at the same time, we can all, when we heal, we can also tap into that abundance from living our purpose, our gifts, what light us up. But it is a process. And the more we can be there for one another, like really come into community and help each other out and hold these spaces and have this healing, we can heal that trauma. Because how can somebody expect somebody to say, oh, you just need to change your mindset, when they don't know when their next paycheck is coming, their next meal is coming. Like, that's so, like, that's re-traumatizing and gaslighting somebody's experience. So I think with certain things, it's like we get to be more mindful of like how we're communicating with people and the real issues. And I understand at the same time, but it's like, unless somebody has walked a mile in your shoes, they don't know. And I'm really big on research too. Like, I like to combine like just learning a lot, research, science, and putting together spirituality and God, because science is not separate from God. How do you think it got created? Like, we are all manifestations.
Wait. I don't mean to stop you, but you got to say that 2 more times so it can be embedded in these people's heads.
Yeah, like I heard something like this recently, and it's just like, yeah, science is not separate from God. How do you think it was created? Like, we as humans, we're not that special. Like, we are a source from a creation. Like, and if you think we were just magically popped here and we're just this magnificent beings, like, yes, we are, and we are part of a greater cosmic being. So I think when we kind of like humble that in ourselves, and the beautiful thing is when we open ourselves up and we have this relationship with God, that energy can move through us so we can heal and be better and be there for one another. At least that's just been my experience.
No, I think that's what most of our experiences are when it comes down to, dealing with spirituality, dealing with God and our personal relationships, and how life affects us in different ways. Because sometimes, like you said, it's hard when people be like, oh, you gotta just change your mentality and do this. Or I kind of hate too when people are like, well, I did it, so you can do it too. And it's like, dude, honestly, you may not know what that person's mental stability level is. Somebody might be, not as mentally strong as you. Some people may not have the same drive, or they may not be interested in that particular, subject as you, or that particular field. And I'm sorry, what were you gonna say?
No, I really resonate with that, because I've seen just how the contrast of abundance and all, like the higher vibrations and frequency, if that's what we want to call it, growing up and seeing, I mean, we're from the same hometown, and we grew up like 30 minutes away from Hollywood, like drugs, alcohol, fighting all the time. Like, it was just so impacted in our society, and just how warped it made everyone. And then so being stuck, and I've seen people struggle with addiction and these cycles and not being able to break free from them. So I understand and I have compassion at the same time, and see how Western culture really shames and guilts people with their trauma and their addictions, and how in other countries they don't do that and they have better success rates with addiction and recovery.
And that's crazy. So which countries? Because myself, I'm not too familiar with. I know that they exist, but I don't know exactly which one. Would you be able to kind of elaborate on that and kind of give us an insight of which one?
So one of the best books I've ever read, and it's research based. It talks about people's personal stories about addiction and how the government has really planted systemic racism in the early 1900s. It all ties it in together. It's called Chasing the Scream. And this man, he's brilliant with his knowledge and what he put all into one book. I can't tell you offhand the specific countries he mentioned, but this book is amazing. And it really opened my eyes and shifted my perception of addiction and how other countries handle people who suffer from addiction. And I think they I don't know if it's like Norway or Sweden that handle it differently, and also maybe like Colombia. I don't know. But I know the book, they list these countries.
Okay. And that's interesting you said it, because I've heard that. I'm trying to think of like Prague. Is that one of the places that like that? I know Amsterdam is somewhat like that.
I'm not sure, but so in certain countries, they'll have like clinics. So let's say somebody is a heroin addict and wants to shoot up, but they have these legal clinics that nurses administer the shots. There's no shame. They can, go before work, get their shot, go to work, and then maybe come back after. And it gives like this open space of like acceptance. And when certain people, especially addicts, feel that acceptance, the statistics are the recovery is more successful because they're not being shamed and trying to controlled and gaslighted, as we see here. Which
is fact, because that's the number. And speaking from just growing up, and funny, coming from the hood to living in Santa Clarita in my teens, and just seeing the difference between, I'm living in a house, shit. I'm living in a stereotypical house where family on welfare, gangbangers, drug addicts in the house, but nobody look at anybody any different, But it was a big difference going from there to Santa Clarita. The only thing I noticed that was the same is support from your family is support from your family. And if you don't have that early on, especially in your teenage years, your preteens, and I would mostly say specifically in your teenage years, if you don't have that support, it's kind of hard to, progress and move on, especially, in the area I come from, because it's like, a lot of people don't have too much to look forward to. So they're told that, they're told from jump, you're not going to be shit, you're not going to have nothing, you're not going to be able to do anything. Like you said, there's a lot of these programs that get there and give them this false sense of hope. And I've been in one of those programs where it was like, oh, we're going to get you, we're going to get you a job, and we're going to pay for you to go to school. So I'm like, okay, cool. And I go through the program, and then they cut the funding for the program right in the middle while I'm at a job. And then come to find out that people were embezzling money out of the program. And it's like, oh, that's nice.
Wow.
Obama gives some money, for people to start working and going back to school. And the damn workforce is taking advantage of the crap. And then they shut down a whole complete workforce after that. And then it was like, oh, we'll send you guys $100 stipend. Who promised you guys this money? I'm like, what do you mean the whole damn program? What, bro? Like, what the? I was shocked. It was like, what
Wow.
is going on? And then they give you this false sense of hope. You spend all your time in the damn program, and then you get out of it, and it's like, okay, where's the job? Oh yeah, thank you for completing the program. Here's a nice certificate. Just don't lose it. It's not going to go towards anything, but here. I was like,
Wow.
okay. And then people go back to like, man, I shouldn't. You have a lot of people like, man, fuck that damn program. I should have took my ass up there anyway. I was better off selling dope and
Yeah.
jacked up. So they give this false sense because like
Yeah.
everybody wants to do better. They want to move on.
Yeah. Yeah. It's really finding those people and people who have these organizations that are passionate and in service and not for the money. So I
Yeah.
do see it shifting. I do see it more people wanting to be in community and really give back more. I mean, the money is there. Like this illusion of scarcity and like what we're programmed to think keeps us stuck. And it's hundreds of years, it's thousands of years of this shit. But I think finally enough people are like fed up wanting to, feel better and be better. And so I feel like we're shifting. I do have hope, and I hope it's not false, that it's for real.
I believe it's real. I believe it's real. Hey, so I wanted to ask you, so I see you host seminars. You have something coming up this Saturday, right? Or not seminars, but just like
Workshops.
workshops.
Yeah.
Okay. So could
Yeah.
you
So
elaborate on the workshop?
yeah, sure. So I'm hosting a 60-minute free workshop for people who either parents or caregivers, people who may be feeling stressed out, burnt out, wanting really to tap into expanding in their inner peace, finding balance in their environment. This is just something I really mastered and practiced throughout the years. And so I really like to help my clients do that by creating that environment. And also, I know it's so important, especially for parents. And then parents and caregivers who have kids with autism and special needs, since I know that aspect, I do welcome them in my space too, because I always want to still be in that community. So that's that workshop I'm having on Saturday.
Okay. You guys, go check it out. You can. Sorry about that. This is some good products. I just took a quick puff up, so excuse me talking. So well, I have another question too. Since you're down in Texas, were you caught up in the snowstorm or that big freeze where you
Yeah, I
were?
was.
How was that like spiritually? Like, how did you deal with that? Like, because I know there's a lot of people out there going through stuff, and it just man. So, did you have a lot of were you bombarded with just clients, or did you have a lot of people that sought knowledge or just actually help, or was it just none at all? And how did you handle it personally?
So, where I live, I was affected, and I had to stay at my neighbor's house for 4 or 5 days, and she was in a one-bedroom apartment, and she was housing like 5 or 6 other people, in her one-bedroom apartment, and it was really triggering. Like I felt super grateful that I was able to stay with her and that I had, that comfort and warmth and food. And I felt powerless at the same time because I'm usually just used to taking care of myself and having a schedule and a routine. And then on top of that, I hear homeless people are freezing to death. Can't do anything about it. People's homes were getting ruined. Couldn't do anything about that. other people's homes who were affected, them trying to figure out who still had power and water so they could find shelter. And then I had people telling me how I should feel during it who weren't in the situation, had no idea, you know, going through a natural disaster. And that was my second natural disaster, because in '94 we had the earthquake in California, Southern California. And even though I was young at the time, like I still remember it. So it was definitely really triggering. It brought up some of my trauma. And I'm grateful because it showed me the beauty of community at the same time too. Like so many people came together, like our neighbors, just people of Austin, of Texas, well as, you know, the people in charge kind of dipped out and was like, okay, whatever, how can we make the most money from this?
Ted Cruz, you dirty son of a bitch.
He's like, oh, I'm going to Cancun, and then I'm gonna name my daughters. It's like,
grown you're looking ass motherfucker. I saw that dude.
Yeah.
Every time I see that dude, he looks like a mixture between Eddie Monster and Piglin from Captain Planet. I don't know if you remember the Pig Monster, the pig villain from Captain Planet.
I don't think so.
I wish Mike could be able to pull up just a picture on the side, like, bam, pig looking motherfucking Captain Planet looking at him.
Yeah.
Like, man, it pissed me off when I saw that, man. You know what it reminded me of, too? It reminded me of that punk-ass dude off the Titanic that got on a lifeboat that was supposed to go down with the ship.
Yeah.
Like, son, I could not, man. I had to go, my children, you know, they forced me to go. What the fuck am I doing?
Yeah.
Daddy, let it go. You said that. It reminds you of, like, I don't know if you ever had to deal with this, but I remember when I was a kid, we used to go to the store or we'll go to the restaurant, and my mom would tell us, say we're younger than what we are, kind of like that. Like, Daddy, we didn't ask. Be quiet. Not everybody. I had to go because I promised my girls a vacation. It's like, damn. Wouldn't you want to seem like a hero? Like, you know what?
Right.
Daddy vacation, but I have to be here for our people. Like, fuck that.
Yeah. Yeah, that could have been a good opportunity to set that example. And you missed it.
That could have been. Look, Warren, on some real shit, like, I'm not Democrat or Republican, but homegirl could have used that to, like, run for president. Like, that could have been, like, a great candidate for president. You have a Democrat in office, like, Republicans need somebody to run. Like, come on, bro.
Right.
Like,
and you could tell everything by somebody's actions. I mean, it doesn't matter what they say. It's what they do. And it just kind of shows with, you know, these people who say a great talk. And then it's like, but where is it when, like, things really hit the fan? So, but I think a lot of people are starting to see, like at least for me, I'm seeing that people are really starting to want to, you know, learn how to trust their own intuition and really questioning these authority figures, because, I mean, they'll just tell you what they want you to know, to think. It's not necessarily the truth. And so it's like, okay, how is that going to help us in the long run?
Yeah. No, trust me. I've been sitting back watching this crap for years, you know. Watching it for years, you know. Being called the crazy person on social media. Oh man, you tripping. When I would tell people like white supremacy is like very prevalent in our government. Oh no, man, you know, that's just something from the 50s and the 60s. I'm like, okay. And then sure enough, when they marched on Charleston or Charlottesville, and I was like, yeah. I mean, it's like, damn, man, right. I mean, you know, I've been doing enough research behind this, you know, it's like, dude, if you have over 1 million people within, if you're 1 million strong less than 100 years ago, you think those people just disappeared out of nowhere? It's like, no, they weren't disbanded by the government. Right. It's like, only thing, it's like, they just renovated the house. Like, let's take off the robes and let's put on suits and we can walk in plain sight, you know, it's cool. You know, right. David Duke, different way, of whatever the hell they trying to do. The problem is though, and it's funny, I was talking to a councilman friend of mine, and she was saying how the Republican Party had opportunities to bring in a lot of promising young up and coming African Americans nearly, 10, 12 years ago. But because of it, and not even only African Americans, just Asians, the people from other communities. And the problem was they refused to, disassociate themselves with the fucking Klan, with the white supremacists. It's like, they're almost like, oh, they're their little cousin they don't talk about, but they don't acknowledge either. And the person is still like, dude, this person is throwing food at me at the party. Oh no, just ignore him. Like he's gonna go away. Like, bro, he's like eating off my plate now. Oh, he's okay, dude. He just kicked me in the ass. Like, what the hell am I? He's just, just ignore him. And then when I retaliate, why did you do that to him? He wasn't really. What the fuck? And just to have to go through that. Just she was saying
like
how
psychological warfare.
Yeah, and she was saying how it allowed the Democrats to just accept, to just take a big ass, leap over them as far as numbers, because it's almost like, dude, you guys, you can't keep living in the fucking past. Like, not, the country is completely integrated now. Like, shit, like you'll be hard pressed to find anybody that's 100% any fucking thing living in this country now. Like, and if they are, somebody in their family is mixed. The bloodlines.
Mm-hmm.
No,
energetically, I mean, this is stolen land. So unless it's cleared and justice is brought forth, like and I feel like that is possible. Things go because it's like, what do people expect? I mean, they came, they raped, they pillaged, they killed these welcoming people this was their land, and then they did all these travesties, and then and it's like nothing's changed. It's still happening.
Yeah, and it's unfortunate because, like you said, there's a lot of negative energy at play. And one thing I've noticed, and a lot of spiritual African Americans, I would say Pan Africans as well, and even just those from the motherland, even those in the Caribbean and everything. They're saying how the natural disasters here in America are, the spirits of the ancients, of also, not just only the Native Americans, but if you think about it, the hurricanes travel the same route that the slave trade went. And they get strong. And they hit if you think about it, they hit the exact places that those ships landed.
Wow, I just got chills.
And if you think about it, they hit there, go all the way up the coast, and then go back over again, and then end up going towards and end up creating like a cold wind chill, and that hits the UK. Then if you think about it, in Central America, I mean, well, not Central, but Central United States, Midwest, it gets hit. If you think about it, that's where the Trail of Tears were. Gets hit with tornadoes and floods.
Wow.
Then if you think about where we fucking live in California, what happens here? Earthquakes and fucking state burns every year.
Yeah.
Like, every year it's like, this is the worst ever. Like, bro, I thought last year was the worst ever.
Yeah.
But this year is going to be worse. Like, oh, okay. Because I could have swore in 2003 when we had to shut down school because every fucking hill in Santa Clarita, like every mountain in Santa Clarita Valley was on fire coming from other fucking places. I'm like, I thought that was the worst one. The
air quality is so bad there.
Oh
like, and in Texas, it's like, I feel like I can breathe. Like when I moved out here, I was like, oh my God, I can breathe right now. And then when I go back there, I'm like, holy shit. Yeah.
Man, I felt like that when I went to Denver. First time I went to Denver, Colorado, like I thought I was gonna fucking pass out because
never had such pure, clean air in my fucking life. And like I was playing semi-pro football at the time too. So I played a pickup game of like 21 with my cousins. I was fucking dead tired. Like I just ran full court like for an hour. And they was like, "What's wrong?" I said, "Man, I'm not used to this air." But once my wind kicked in, like I was able to run back and forth with no problems. And then when I came back to LA, it was like a breeze, like just being able to work out because I was like, well, shit, I've been in higher altitudes.
Mm-hmm.
So I feel you. I'm jealous though. So.
Yeah. It's nice out here for sure. The humidity though is new. That's a whole different thing.
Sorry about that. Hey, could you hear me?
No, would you say?
No, I said, so how do you deal with the humidity? Like how is that?
Air conditioning, pools.
I feel you.
Yeah.
So where do you think that we're headed? Like what energy do you feel far as the country? Like where do you think we're headed as a whole?
So I think there is a split going on with people who are questioning certain things, who aren't really buying the norm anymore. And I feel like the people who are kind of in their fear are grasping more. So I feel like there's kind of like this divide right now. And I've seen other people talking about it as well. Like this new earth is being born, and then it's gonna I don't know how, but it's just like this division of like a 3D earth and then this 5D separation. And I see it with people and how they are trusting more of what feels good to them and their truth, and then people who are trusting, and I don't want to say my opinion about the vaccine or whatever, but it's just like, oh, science, thank you, science, this vaccine is gonna, protect me from this virus. And
Wait.
it's
I don't mean to cut you off. You can say your opinion on here, cause look, your opinion matters for real. Like, you can say what you put. Now, if it costs you your job or anything like that, then no, we don't.
No, luckily I'm my own job, so it's all good.
So you can say what you want. Hey, look, I'm gonna tell them like this. I didn't get the goddamn vaccine.
Yeah.
I didn't get it. I'm not knocking people who did do it, but I'm just saying for me, I was one of those kids in the 90s when motherfuckers used to be like, oh, he has ADHD because I was an artistic child. Not autistic, but artistic, like, was always making music. Look, you remember me from fucking high school, like, was being on fucking windows and shit, making beats back then. Like, I didn't have no drums. Like, we fucking getting it cracking back then, and even till this day, like, I turned out to fucking do music. But they were, I was one of those fucking Ritalin experiments. My sister will tell you. And going through that, I was like, nah, man, ever since then, I've been kind of weary when people like, oh, it's voluntary or it's experimental. And I'm like, hold on. This is a new disease or a new virus that came out of nowhere.
Exactly.
And then all of a sudden,
exactly.
This kind of seemed Incredible-ish to me. Like, remember the plot of it, the storyline of Incredibles where Buddy created the villain so he can become the hero to stop it and shit.
Mm-hmm.
Or like Megamind or something like it's almost those kind of vibes for me.
And then it's like the results of the vaccine. It's like what's going to happen in like a year or two. So it's just like this man-made virus from whatever country spreading all this fear, all this insanity. And then what do? They create this vaccine, and it's like people are like, oh yes, taking pictures, posting about it. And I mean, I have a lot of friends who've done that too, and I'm not saying
they're mutual friends. They're mutual friends. Look,
But it's like that's what makes them feel safe and good, and that's, I think, if that's okay with them, then like I honor that. However, like I know my intuition is never wrong. Like, and I know when I bypass it and I have to face the consequences. So my intuition is like, this is not for me. Like, and I choose to see the patterns and doing research and how, you know, certain people in power have created and controlled people. Like, I'm just like, okay, that's not for me. Like, and I question and I research and I'm all about the truth, and the truth will fucking rattle you and break you wide open. And I'm okay with that too, because there's nothing higher than the truth, and that's the most powerful thing.
Wait, say that again. Please say that again.
I don't know. Sometimes I don't know what I say because it just comes out so fast.
That's because it's God. I mean, you know, that's that spiritual energy. You know, like, you know what it's like? And my boy Mike will be able to tell you. You know, shout out TWZ Productions in the building. What you're doing is what us artists like, we call it freestyling. So technically, look, we freestyle on the show. Look, we got the instrumental going. You freestyling right now. You rapping. It may not be, you know, rhythm, you know, rhyming, but think about it. Isn't this poetry month or some shit? Or was that last month? I don't know. But fucking, you know, it's the same thing. You freestyling. It's coming off the top of the dome. You feel me? Yes. But that's where, you know, hey, that's
awesome. That's awesome. I never thought of it that way. I would always just say like, oh, I guess I channel whatever comes out, but I like freestyling too. That's awesome.
Yeah, look, I kid you not, like, I bullshit you not. That's what this show is all about. Like, I fucking kid you not. I sit and write down some shit that we're supposed to go over during the show. This is one of the fucking first times that I was actually able to, you know, do what we said we were going to do on, you know, to kind of go, you know, stick with the script. And most of the time, you know, we're freestyling it. You know, we hop on here, we freestyling, kicking beats. Usually I got my boys here with me. They weren't able to make it tonight. Shout out to the hooligans. Once again, Saucy and the boys. Also, too, shout out to the whole Funkalicious family, whole Funk family. You know, TWZ Productions once again. Shout out to my boys, the Frequency Kings. You know, and shout out to Miss Lauren Winthrop for being here, being in the building. You know, hey, would you want to come back? We're not going anywhere. You're not going anywhere right now, hopefully. But would you mind coming back again? You know, or being a regular?
Oh yeah, of course. That'd be awesome. I'm having so much fun.
Thank you. Look, trust me, like, it's really, like, we have some episodes where it's really like, oh shit, like my dad will hop on, and you know, we're supposed to have Freddie Sweet stories. Where you at, Freddie Sweet? You gotta hop on and give us the stories, man. My sister, most of the time she's cooking, and like I said, usually just chopping it up, listening to instrumental, freestyling, shooting the shit, you know, and just enjoying ourselves, having a good time. Lil Jamal used to be on the first couple of episodes, but I had to ban him because he kept messing with the camera every episode. Like, yeah, like
Jamar Livingston.
No, Lil Jamal. No, my son, Lil Jamal.
Oh, I thought you said Jamar.
Oh no.
My
hey,
bad.
sorry for the homie.
You can. Sorry, Jamar. I didn't mean to bring up. Say your name.
Cool. No, it's cool. No, sometimes I have a problem with, like, I guess clearly speaking. You know, it's not really that I'll mumble. It's just that I'll talk like real low. It's somewhat like a singer thing and shit. I used to feel bad until I started like hearing Marvin Gaye and Michael Jackson and most of like the best singers. It's like, oh, like they're, well, you know, I just want to make sure that all I'm saying, baby girl, you know, like you say it sounds smooth, but
that was
I don't know.
Such a good impression. Spot on.
Have a little bouncy thing on the screen.
Yeah.
Be like Michael Jackson. You know, I just want to tell everybody in the whole world that, you know, everyone should all be around. You know, leave me alone. It's not cheesy. Jermaine, I want you to come back. You know, Jackie and I miss you, and so does Marlon. Okay. Make it better thing. Oh yeah. Marlon, I didn't tell you to sing that, okay? Don't sing the beat. Mother's gonna be mad because you messed up the show last time and I tried I didn't like it. Well, Michael, you can't always sing all the songs, Michael. Well, they sing and they're paying you to do it, okay? They're paying you to sing the songs, Marlon, and they were paying you to do it, okay? And I would let them do it, but they didn't ask you to, okay? Hey, let's do this routine. Damn it, Marlon. I want to be famous too, Michael. You are famous. You're the most famous Marlon they know. No, Marlon Wayans passed me up, Michael. Okay, I'm sorry, man. Okay, you sing this song this one show, but it's my song, and remember to give it back next show, okay? All right, Marlon. Okay, Michael. All right, Marlon. It's like that. Just the fact that like how nice those guys were.
Wow, that was pretty impressive. You like did like 5 to 7 different impressions for like a good run.
Thank you. I try. You know. I don't know. I guess it comes from just studying. Over the years, like my dad would always teach me how to mimic singers. So I would have to learn how to do people's voices and stuff like that. Like I can do a lot of people, even friends' voices, or just mimic or imitate people and trip them out. You know, I was actually married a couple of years, married not too long ago to a female from Nigeria, and like whenever we'll get into it, or she'll get mad at me, and I'll be like, "Oh, so you want to get mad at me? You want to say that?" And oh no, you don't start telling me these things because you're stuck in your American ways, and you're not listening to nothing that I have to say to you. No, because you're thinking that you are better than me. Like, what are you? She's like, I don't talk like that. I know you do not talk like that. You talk like this. And she's just like, she's getting to laugh at stuff at it because she's like, damn, how the fuck this dude is.
Wow, that's awesome. You could definitely do some improv, or I see like Saturday Night Live, like for sure.
I've thought about it, auditioning for Wildin' Out. I've thought about doing that a couple of times. It's just that I got to, get an agent and get my own head out my ass. My boy Mike gets on me. He's like, man, you got music, put it out. Just one of those things where get it out of my own way. Like what we were talking about earlier. Realizing who you are at the end of the day. And that's why I try to do this every single week to remind me of who I am. I'm an artist. I'm an entertainer. I'm a creator. I like to talk to different people. This is dope. I'm fucking loving to be able to have you on so that way you can give a different perspective and shit, to show like, hey, we all need love and peace out here. You feel me? Also too, I don't know if I told anybody or if I did. I probably did mention it, but we're saying how you're a tarot card reader. So is it more horoscopes or is it just like daily vibes and let it kind of give us the insight.
I kind of know how to read astrology charts. I don't really know how to do it like by date and like day. That's more of like an astrologer. I am a tarot reader though, and I do tap more into the energy that's coming up. I can kind of see where something is going if like a certain pattern is showing up, but I also try to like channel the possibility with transformation and what they want to change. So it's not just like, okay, this is like your fortune and this is what's gonna happen. Because I definitely think we have free will and possibility. And at the same time, certain things just happen, whether we're expecting it or not. Like, so that's kind of what I do with the cards. And I see Cherokee. Oh, I would love to give you a reading. If you want to reach out to me, that'd be awesome. So yeah, I actually have my Oracle deck right here. And the difference between an Oracle deck and a regular deck is Oracle decks have like more like just words. So I don't know if you can see this. And they're more like positive messages or like themes showing up. And then a regular tarot deck is just like a basic deck, and that has more cards and it can be more specific about certain things. And that has certain things can be triggering with that deck because there can be some cards that have kind of a heavy energy, but it's all how you look at it and how you relate to it. Like I like to tell people, take what resonates, leave what doesn't, because maybe this message isn't for you, or we get to look at it deeper, or it's something just to keep in mind. Like I never try to be right because my opinion isn't shit. I'm just here to read and be a space for whatever needs to come through.
Okay. I can dig that. So, how would they be able to get in contact with you? Through your IG, Instagram, or Twitter? I mean,
yeah, so you could go to my Instagram or Facebook. It's doing people's reading, does it scare you sometimes, feeling different energies? Sometimes I try to just keep really good boundaries, and I pray before, so I just ask God to really just use me as a vessel. And then I try to, can you read someone live? Yes, I can. If you want me to read you, Jamal, I can read some cards for you. But because I'm super sensitive, I can tap into people's energies when they open that space. And I always want permission first. And sometimes if it's really intense or I'm picking up something, I also see it as a mirror of like where I get to go to. And then also just taking really good care of myself energetically after. So, and then anybody else who's watching, we're all mirrors of each other in a way. Like we all represent something in ourselves that we see in one another. So if you're seeing a card and maybe this message is for you, maybe you're going to resonate with something that I say that shows up. So I'm going to start picking some cards and see what the energy is with this. Okay. Let's see what wants to come up. Okay, some cards fell out, so I'm gonna pick them up. Okay. So usually when like a message comes up that really wants to speak, that cards will just drop out or like they'll flip. Okay, so I haven't seen this card. It says strength. Do you see it? It's like a tiger who has wings and is flying, and then like a child is on this being. And I feel like, and I don't know if this is gonna make sense, but like as kids, we have, before anything, the trauma happens or we go through certain experiences, we're actually really strong and powerful because we're so divine and innocent and connected. And I just feel like there's like this inner strength, but it's like childlike at the same time. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Like,
yeah.
Sometimes like I'll feel something or I'll see something that it doesn't really make sense to me, but I just say it because I'm feeling that's what needs to be said. And I also feel like courage too. Like this little person on this tiger, they're like really courageous and they feel supported at the same time because their strength is supporting them.
That's me and my son. Me and my son are going through something right now, and he's relying on me as a strength and a support. And it's like the stronger I am, the stronger he is.
Wow. Yeah, that is so important too, especially for fathers to really hold that space of their sacred divine masculine. Really holding that space of just, groundedness, but also like, I'm here, I'm supporting you. It's not like toxic masculinity where it's like, okay, you need to man up and don't feel any feelings. Like, no, that's super traumatizing and it's like damages a bunch of people. So really tapping into the divine masculine is like honoring what's showing up, being grounded and supported of, because kids they're more in their divine feminine because they haven't grown up yet and they're more connected to the earth, to the universe. That's what the divine feminine energy is about. And so when little boys feel safe and grounded by these supportive, healthy male role models, they'll have a better chance at being that instead of, healing broken men, which is what happens a lot. And also women as well. And then the next card that fell out says replenish. And this is really about rest, like really resting, replenishing, making sure that you're getting, like, I just feel like sleep is like coming in, like really resting, getting that sleep. And sometimes even when we get sleep, we'll still wake up and we'll feel like we could go back to sleep, even if we slept like 10, 12 hours. But I know what it's like to sleep and still be stressed and not even get into that REM sleep. And when we can get into REM sleep, do these rituals before we fall asleep, it helps kind of relax that anxiety to get that really rested sleep.
No, that's crazy because all day I've been kind of feeling restless and I've gotten sleep, but like you said, it's like for me just hasn't been that consistency. Like I don't even remember the last time like I slept a full 8 hours. Like I'll sleep probably about at most 6 hours, maybe 7. But I'll never go 8. Sometimes I used to be able to sleep like 10 hours if I'm super tired. Then it's just like I've gotten to the point where it's like, okay, I'm used to going to sleep and then having to get up to go take care of some business because I'm working overnight and I got to take care of my business during the day. So I'm consciously, waking myself up. Like my mind is thinking like, okay, get up, and even when I don't have to get up, just like, oh, damn, well,
Yeah, at my workshop, I go over how to create a night routine, especially for the parents who have kids with autism and special needs, because it helps those kids feel safe. The behaviors will decrease. It's setting up a space of more peace because kids, especially kids with autism and special needs, they're super intuitive and they're super sensitive. So they're like empaths. They're picking up on every energy. If you're stressed out, they'll pick that up and they'll react. So that's really what I try to help people with, is like setting up a routine, an environment that's really peaceful for them.
Okay, well, where'd she go? We had somebody on. They want. Okay, here we go.
I was like, I'm right here. I don't know. It took me off.
Hi.
So this is my sister, my little sister Cherokee.
Hi.
Cherokee,
Nice to meet you.
my good friend.
Nice to meet you too.
I don't know if you guys can really see me, but I am in the dark.
All right, so let's see what card.
You have to space to be able to do the card, or
No,
Okay.
I mean, I can just tap into somebody's energy and whatever they're thinking or feeling will come through. Okay, so
Okay.
these two cards. Okay, so this card is vibration. And
Vibration.
can you see the card?
Yes.
Okay. So I feel like immediately maybe like you're coming out of like a darkness, or like a dark period in your life is coming to an end and you're coming through a new vibration, or maybe something from your past you're healing. Is that sounding?
Yeah, that does.
Okay.
It sounds
Just want to make
about
sure.
right.
But I'm also feeling like there was purpose through this situation, and you're still kind of you're seeing through it, like you're seeing it, but like this person has like her wings spread. Like I feel like she's like still connected to it, but she's not like consumed by it. And so this vibration, it's like it's blooming out of her, and it's like this new step, this new cycle that's coming in your life. And it just like all these beautiful colors, it's here for you right now. It's just really transitioning through this period. How does that feel?
Yeah, that sounds about right. Because what, like you saying, that kind of pinpoints of some things that happened not too long ago. So, and it's like when it happened, it was like, okay, yeah, I think it was time for that for me and that friendship, because it was a friendship. So I felt like it was time for me and that friendship to, it was time for our end. It's coming to an end sooner or later. So, yeah, I understand what you're talking about as far as that part as vibrant.
And the next card that fell out, it might represent what you were just talking about, is negativity.
Yes, I've been removing negativity.
Yeah, so this person, this card usually represents when we're kind of stuck in negative thinking, and it's usually associated with the past or coming out of something. And I'm also getting like really, wow, just like being surrounded by a lot of negative people, or like you're distancing yourself from somebody who's like really negative. Yeah.
Yep, that's exactly it. Been distancing myself from negative people, and that friendship was actually a negative person. They were very negative. And
you're giving yourself the gift, because the vibration of that healing, of like going to like the next frequency, is here for you. And when you choose yourself and like separate from negativity, I almost think of it like a kaleidoscope, like it changes our reality. It's like shifting. It's like the universe is like, oh, you don't want that? Okay. And it kind of shifts us in a way, like, because I've done that recently where I was like, oh, did not feel good. This experience with this person did not feel good. No. And it was like, okay. And it just like kind of removed itself and showed me somebody kind of different. I was like, oh, okay, I need to start doing this more. There's actually dope people out there.
All right. Ooh, thank you. That was nice.
You are so welcome.
So, do we have anybody else out there that wants to have their
yeah, come on, Shelly. Let's get your cards reading.
Do you want some cards?
I know, huh? Tell her to please do mine. You want to do yours? Yeah.
So, like,
Well,
Lauren.
Hi.
Man, I love your vibrations real quick. I wish I could cash app you something. Can I tell you about myself so you can?
No, you don't tell her.
Oh, I don't. So how do you do it?
What?
How do you do it? I would be blessed if you could use mine. I'm all about it.
Sure.
See my beat.
Yeah.
I'm beating it up.
Some fell out as you were talking. Okay. So you got one of the same cards as I did for Jamal, and that's strength. But I think it's different for you. The strength card. I feel like maybe you're tapping more into your inner strength at this time.
Okay.
Like it's being called forth. Like, how does that feel?
Oh yeah, I can dig that because I've been lately. Me and my significant other have been taking a detox to cleanse out all of the bad stuff that's been inside my body. So I've been clearing that out, and I've been trying to tap into my chi energy and trying to open up my third eye a little bit more. I done bought some singing
What
bowls.
other card fell out? It says positive-minded people. So you're definitely surrounding yourself with people who are aligned to this. And this really feels good. Like I feel it in my heart right now and kind of through my body, like this gift you're giving yourself. And like you guys are doing this together. So it's like it's giving that extra energy. Like when we come together with other people with the same intention and goal and it's positive, that's like magnifying. That's a magic. That's creating a powerful energy. So you doing this with other people, that's amazing. Like I love that. I love that.
Confirmation.
Oh, thank you. Appreciate it. Is there any way that I can give? Is there any way that I could send you some money?
Oh, that's so sweet. I don't know. If you want to do a reading, yeah, I would love to give you guys a reading, like a full one.
Okay, would that?
Well, you said you have.
Can we come to you or what? Where do you want us to?
She's in Texas, babe.
Oh, you're in Texas.
Email, right?
Yeah, I could definitely send you my email.
Oh, okay. So definitely hook up with Shellbird, because we're into that spirituality. I love everything you said. I've been behind the scenes listening to everything you said, and you've been right on point. I just
thank you,
but you were on point. You did a good job, great job.
Thank you so much. I would love to connect with you guys.
Yeah, whoever connected you on the podcast today,
it's your mom.
You know, you did your thing today. You did your thing today. Shellbird's brother, I'm sure, right? Or was it Mike?
No, Lamaj. My brother know her.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, you did a good job. You need to.
I was gonna ask you, Jamal, how she's from Santa Clarita.
Yeah, I went to Heart with her.
Oh, okay. You're Indian.
Yeah.
Look, well, when we were the Indians,
right.
I would like to share something with you guys on the podcast. I just bought some new singing bowls, and I would like to kind of put a little of that energy on my, not for long, just a vibration, a good positive vibration. Because, you know, I didn't pay all this money just for them to sit in the bowl. So I'm gonna go ahead and show y'all.
What is it again? What's it called?
Oh, I forgot.
A singing bowl?
They're Tibetan singing bowls.
Babies and singing bowls?
Yeah, like they're singing bowls.
Oh, I never heard of that.
They're like bowls that like Loki. Literally.
Oh. So Lauren, I know you said there's two different cards. The cards that you just read us right now, what were those again?
Who's talking right now?
Cherokee.
Let me see. I channel so fast that I forget. Sometimes. Oh yeah, yours was vibration and then negativity.
Yeah, but no, I'm saying because I know you were talking about the cards that you have. They come with words, and then you said your other cards tap in more. I believe you said with your spirits and stuff. So I just I was wondering, the cards that you just read us, what's the I messed up on my question.
No, I know what you're saying. Like from the difference between an original tarot deck and an oracle deck.
Yes.
Okay, so an original deck is they're not affirmations. They don't have those words on it. They're more just like it's kind of like like a playing card deck of cards.
Right.
It's kind of like that. So you'll have there's a major arcana, which goes from the Fool and then ends with the World, and then all the stuff in between. There's different symbols of those cards, and then the minor arcana is like they kind of are like the playing cards, where it's like the Ace of Swords, the Two of Pentacles, like that's
I like not to cut you off, but I like listen because I'm a Cancer, so I like to listen to my Cancer. I read all of that, like Cancer this, what's going on today for Cancers, and a lot of people that I go on YouTube and look at, they do like the like for Cancers, we always get like the Pentacles of, I forgot what it's called. We get like I've seen one time like I don't know, it's like a lady and a sword or something like that.
The Queen of Swords?
Yes, we get that a lot, the Queens of Swords and things like that. So I really want to do a reading with cards with those.
We can definitely do that. I would love to do that for you.
Yeah, so I'll definitely get your information from Jamal.
Yeah.
That I like reading those because I'm really into it. Like you said, spiritual stuff. I'm really into those, the astrology, all that, the signs. Like I'm really big on my signs. So like I follow like horoscopes, and today how you said removing negativity and things. I had our horoscope for Cancer. I think the other day it was saying to let go of negativity and basically like it's negativity coming around you, but don't feed into it, let it go, just walk away from it like that. And I really take into those. So
that's good.
That's awesome.
I get a notification every day because the person they put up for everybody, all signs. So I just go in there and read them, and then I just go I really believe in it.
Yeah.
Because a lot of stuff that it says, I'm like, oh, like I've seen that, or I've been through that, or this could go to this, or this could mean that.
Yeah. Yeah, that's awesome. I'm glad that it feels true to you and that you're getting the messages that is like showing up.
Oh, those. I know what that is. That's what
you doing, Pan Pan?
What you call it? Had that big one, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, you go around it.
Yeah. Yeah. What?
Okay.
That one you take it around the bowl, right, or in the inside?
Oh, you around?
Yeah. Oh, okay.
So can everybody hear me? So I want everybody to tap into their chi right now. So everything in your mind that was positive for this year, I want you to go back to that place right now.
Like, do we gotta close our eyes?
You can if you like, but I need you guys to channel everything positive right now in your life. Everything this year, positive.
Okay. I don't know if this means anything, but I have my eyes closed and they're really moving. Like,
Mommy, Bang. Mommy, Bang. Okay, so this one was the throat chakra. So how did you feel during that?
I can't hear because Pan is loud.
Okay, look.
Cherokee, did you hear it?
Did you guys
Yeah,
hear
I
all of the
heard it
first one?
soon, but that's what I was saying. As soon as I
Did
closed
it
my
come?
eyes and y'all told me to channel to positive, my eyes they start going
I
Okay.
kind of
my
saw like energy in my eyes too
yes,
when I
the
closed
energy in
my
my
eyes.
eyes
Yeah.
kept
Okay.
going.
Let me move it a little bit closer so you guys can. Let's see. There we go. All right.
But I'm gonna change bows. Like I said, this is for the throat chakra. So I'm gonna go and change it to the heart chakra. Yeah. No, they didn't leave. It's okay. It's okay. No. Okay. So we're gonna bring out the heart chakra. So you can do the same thing that you did with the last one, and just find that space again before I start. And then once I start again, just, afterwards, let us know how you felt before and then after.
And don't forget to breathe. That's the most important part is for you to breathe and go to that place where that positive energy of somebody complimenting you and just everything positive that was in your life. It could be anything that was complimentative towards you. We want you to go to that channel, and then you can go to all the positive thing, not just the one thing, just all of them, all wrapped in one.
Okay. You want to go?
Now, how did that feel?
I felt like the vibrations in my chest. Like it was like, I felt like it kind of like made it, I don't know, like stretch a little bit. And then I felt like more like, I don't know what came through. It was like more like trust or truth or something like that.
So
that's probably what you need.
yeah, so basically anything that makes you feel good, and we just went over this not too long ago. I think it was last night, and I was telling everybody that was around. My cousin was here yesterday, and I was telling them anything that makes you feel good. Sometimes you can have a block there because if you already have it in you, it wouldn't feel as good to you while I'm doing it because you already have it in your system. And I was letting everybody know that regardless of wearing beads, that's on your chain and all that stuff. We have minerals in our body already. So regardless of you putting it on, it's already in your system. We all made of the solar system, made of stardust.
And this helps
So
you connect
so
with
it
each part
yeah,
of
and
those
it
particles
and
in
it
your body.
and it taps right in there if you need it, and if it's blocked, and it
You will
makes you
feel it stronger. It's a stronger
you'll
feeling.
feel it stronger, because everybody that's listening right now is made of 80% water. So when people say, oh man, those are good vibes, right? What is vibes? Like, vibes, we have water that's vibrating in our bodies. When I'm like hitting the coarse glass right here, well, actually it's
The
not
singing
glass.
bowl.
The singing bowl is quartz crystal. So, and we just found out that quartz crystal is actually originated in
Amenbia.
yeah, which is that's
Amenbia.
actually Africa. Huh?
Amenbia. There we go.
It's in Africa,
South.
South Africa.
But, so I want to know from each one of you, like, okay, we heard from Lauren. Cherokee, how did you feel with this one?
I felt calm, but then once you guys start hitting it and it got louder, the energies in my eyes gone, and I went to a dark place, but not dark. Let me take that back. It wasn't. It started off dark, but then it lightened up. Like that's. I was just in a room by myself. Like my body was like taking me into a dark space, but it was lighting it up as I was going through. Like the energies in my eyes and everything was going, and once I got to like it being light, everything was just calm within my body. Like I don't know, it's just calm. Like
So what I think that was is kind of like how
Lauren.
Lauren was talking about. It's a
mm-hmm.
space that you're in that you're trying to get out.
All right.
So basically, when you feel that, that's not even like something like you said. Your room was dark, correct?
Mm-hmm. It's dark right now.
Then it went dark, and then it went light. Yeah, that was your regular. That was you being in that darkness and coming out of it.
Right.
So like basically, like she said, you already see it. Like
Mm-hmm.
she said, you see it and you know what it is, and you
Right.
just have to fade away from it.
Exactly.
Slowly but surely. That's pretty
Right.
much what that is. How did you feel, Jamal?
So I don't know. It may be a little different for me since I like listen to them. That's like what I go to sleep to every night. Um, it did, it does what it's supposed to do. It's supposed to awaken your chakras, make you kind of aware of, the spiritual energies around you. Because sometimes you might just, you might be sleepy. Like with me, it woke me up because it was like what Lauren was talking about, and when she read my tarot card was as far as me internally needing rest, being sleepy. So what it did was, yeah, being tired, and it basically like, what it is, just like, okay, it was like a wake up for me. Like it was just like, okay, what something I'm pretty used to anyway, but it was just that. Like normally when I wake up in the morning after I'm playing that, I have a clear, fresh energy after I've, had it going the whole night while I'm sleeping, because a lot of people think it's supposed to tap into you while you're awake, but it's supposed to tap into your inner thought. That's why when you close your eyes, it affects you a lot more opposed to when your eyes are open, because it's not meant for
Absolutely right
to mentally see, but it's not even really for you to. It's not even really for you to hear it. It's like kind of way.
No,
The only
it's
way
a vibration to feel.
Yeah, exactly. That's why even when you sleep, and if you put, and also too, if you guys probably might want to try playing them while you're sleeping, because that way you can still feel that same vibration, even when you're not aware of listening to it, because all it's doing is just, it's kind of almost like if it's a rugged road, or like, and it's just like like one of those rollers, those steam rollers, just come smooth things out. It's almost like your soul is getting a massage. It's a spirit.
Right. Absolutely.
Yeah. So we've been on this adventure for what? We finally got our whole collection, but we've been on this adventure for about 2 months now. Okay. Well, 3 months. 3 months now, and it's actually been really enlightening and actually fun, and like like you said, like you showed them the positive energy. Like, yeah, it's been putting us in positive space. And you know, I was telling my brother, like with our band, I want the band to start doing these sessions, because then it'll put us in a more clear and focused space, in a space where when we're going to these different countries and stuff, where our minds is like in a positive state, you
So
know.
you basically saying like right before y'all perform, y'all could do some singing bowls, some sage, and
Well, not all of them, maybe just one.
right before y'all get on stage.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Because, you
I
know,
can see that.
with performing, a lot of performers think it's just, oh, you know, the physical act of performing and then, you know, praying. But you also need to heal within too, and like protect your insides when you go and perform, because there's so much energy out there that you can pick up.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, so
I love that. That's amazing. I love that. I
So
love
we got-
singing bowls.
oh, you wanted to share that one?
These are called.
So on our journey, we've been learning a lot of things. So we found these are
Oh,
called,
nice.
and they use these also for chakra healing.
Mhm. Yeah, that's awesome. That really helps break up energy.
Yeah, yeah.
Actually, you got to hit it correctly, right? There
we go. Now, we were in the store when we bought these. We had tried another one, and that one, it didn't resonate with us. So then when we got this one and tried it, it was just the right one.
That sounds really good. That feels good too.
Yeah, because I'm over here feeling like just energy, just good.
Yeah, it's
energy.
really high. It's really high, and it makes me feel light when it clinks together. Yeah.
Yeah. It makes you feel like in a happy, like, light space.
Yeah.
Yeah, it does. So on, like I said, on this journey, we've been learning a lot. Like the bows too. Like the bows are made out of what, babe? Not these bows. We have the brass bows. And one thing we learned about them though, like the smaller ones only resonate with your
this bow right
body.
here is made of 7 different materials: gold, brass, copper.
Okay.
Let me see. I screenshotted it.
But we noticed with the smaller bows, they only a lot of them will only sing to your vibration. So like, you just can't go and buy any bow and be like,
yeah.
Oh,
and I just want this bow because it looks good. I actually went in the store today. And we both went in the store today and seen this bow that looked really, really nice.
Yeah, but
and we went to play it, and it didn't resonate, and it didn't do anything for you. It didn't
for us.
No, I don't think it actually would have done.
You don't know. Somebody else might come along and be able to tap it better than we could, you know?
Yeah, I've heard that like certain bowls won't play for most people, and then like somebody will come and they'll be like, "Oh my God, that doesn't play for anyone else."
Right.
So that's really cool. Yeah.
Here, bring me your bow, babe. The little.
Oh, my gold.
Yeah.
Okay.
Y'all must have Tiana on this, because when y'all was shaking y'all head up and down, Tiana was doing the same thing. She was like, "Yup."
Oh
She was in
yeah.
the back.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
She was. No, you know what? It actually works on animals as well. I meant to tell you, like it's not
It
just.
does. Yeah.
And we
So like.
Well, I thought when we started doing it, she would start barking at it because the hertz is really loud.
Yeah.
You know, but she just sits in her bed and like be calm and like lay down.
And another thing I wanted to like you guys on is when you go to a dark place, people think like just because you're in a dark space, it actually still is positive, and I'm gonna tell you why. Everything is not, when you're in the dark, it's not always negative. See, you can't. To me, the first thing is to be in the dark to eventually to get to the light. You get what I'm saying? It's not light first, then dark. You never want to go light and then go to the dark place. So when you go dark, you'll eventually start realizing why that you don't need to be in the dark.
So then you can see.
So you can see everything, and once you get to see, then because everybody has blessings, you don't necessarily don't have to pray. If you actually start countering your blessings that you have, you'll realize that no matter, because I've been in situations where I'm like, bro, like, how am I gonna get this money, or how am I gonna get this place, or how am I gonna do this, or how am I gonna do that, and all of a sudden it come. So like I tell people all the time, I'm like, man, I'd be a fool not to believe in God or the universe, because I know for a fact the universe is actually helping me out without even, they're literally communicating in your life. So if you just counter all of the stuff that's bad that's been happening, those are lessons learned to where you'll be like, okay, I can't do that again. You feel me?
Right, exactly.
If you continue to do the same thing, then something double time is going to happen this time.
Well, that's how you master life, by actually seeing everything in the lesson, like the negative situations. It's like, if you can see the lesson and take that away, you're actually winning and doing life instead of being victimized and letting life do you.
Right, correct.
So this is his bow, and this bow, it doesn't really resonate with me like it does him. And when we were in the store, we tried out like different bows before we picked these were our first bows that we got, were the little ones, but this is his. And you'll see the difference from when I play it and then he plays it. So that's me playing it, and then this is him playing it.
And she also can tell you this is our first one that we ever got.
I didn't say that.
Oh, you did? Okay. I'm sorry.
Now, could you guys hear the difference?
Yours is smoother.
Huh?
Yours is smoother. It fits to you a little bit better.
Well, with him doing it, it's louder and it's a different tone. If you heard it, mine's got a lighter tone to it when I do this song.
Yeah, that's what I said.
And then I'm gonna let you hear my bow when I do my bow, and then when he does it. So this is my bow.
That was so dope when it was like, it was going. I felt like, I don't know how to explain this. Like, I just saw like energy moving, but it was like more like water.
Oh,
like cylinder, like kind of just like and I felt it in my body. Like I felt it like more like I don't know how to put it in words, but it's just like I just felt like energetic, like water moving. I don't know.
Oh, that's interesting.
That you know what that is, that what you felt that you can't explain. Certain things like that, when you get those type of things that happen to you in your body, that's like that's Kundalini energy. Which
Oh, yeah,
yeah,
I do that sometimes. The
yeah.
Kundalini yoga.
Oh, okay,
Yeah.
Yeah.
okay. So you understand what I'm telling you?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, he missed the whole segment with her, huh?
Yeah, he didn't hear it like I did.
Oh,
Oh, okay.
oh no, I didn't. Oh, she talked about it.
No,
Yeah.
I didn't talk about it, but we talked about some other stuff, like we talked about a lot of stuff. I don't even know.
It's okay,
It's,
but you can hear how it sounds with him.
let's see. Did you bang it or you didn't bang
I
it?
don't bang it.
Okay.
I do it.
Hold on, hold on. What
I'm
happened?
sorry. I just had to laugh with him doing this
You
because
see me do it? It's so small in my hand. Like,
It
but he
wasn't making no noise.
right.
I heard
well,
some stuff.
Yeah,
Yeah.
like
but
it was making a little bit, but it really wasn't making nothing.
so basically, to our point, is what we saying is certain bowls resonate with certain people's energy. So
Mhm.
the same thing, if you believe that water is in your body, so this bowl that's made up of all the 7 different minerals, gold, copper. Actually, I was about to
What
pull that up.
happened
Let
to
me
the
pull it up on my screenshot, but it's got 7 different minerals. So it's certain ones that go with your body type, and you have minerals inside your body with water. So when you're vibing, that vibes with your body type with me putting it on my hand, and it resonates through my arms into my third eye chakra, all the way down through my solar plex,
No, your root.
and all the way down into my
Yeah.
root chakra. And then
So would you guys be able to give give the people some information where they can be able to kind of follow more of what you guys are talking about, and be like how do where what led you guys to it, like what research and study were you guys doing,
You wanna
to
go
get you on the path that you guys started on.
get the head.
okay, I'm gonna go get it.
So we gonna
Hey, well,
show you what
I would
started us on this
I would
journey. This
I would
journey.
like to thank you for actually asking this question, because me and Shelly know the answer, and I'm about to go upstairs and let you know how did this start. But minus this head she's talking about. Let me actually, where is it?
Our
You know
head
exactly
is
where it's at?
upstairs. Ours is in our room.
Okay, let me grab it. So you can start sharing, and then I'm gonna grab it.
Well, when he brings you this head, this is how we got on the journey of these. But I've always wanted singing bowls because I've always wanted singing bowls. Jamal, say her name right for me because my brother always say you say her name wrong.
Oh,
Janae,
Lauren.
no, Janae,
Oh, Janae
Janae.
Aiko.
Yeah.
Yeah, because
So
you called Janae Aiko. I don't know where the hell the N and all that come from. Like, it's just Janae Aiko.
yeah. So she uses singing bowls in her music a lot.
Oh,
Um,
that's cool.
Yeah, so when she does her unplugged stuff, she'll use singing bowls. And when I seen her doing it, and I'm like, oh my God, like singing bowls really tap into, like if you're a singer, it really can tap into your vocals, and it connects your vocals with your spirit. So you can feel your own vocals throughout your body. So when you're singing on a regular, you can tap into how that sound made you feel. And it's crazy since we've been doing them. When I hear these sounds out in the world, like I can tap into them really fast, and and I can recognize them really fast. So that's how I got into them. But we went to a store and we found this, right?
Whoa, that's
Yeah.
awesome.
It's a velvet Buddha head.
And
That's really cool.
so we found this, and basically his cousin is a young training shaman, and he was like, oh, I gotta get him one too. So that's what set us on this path, is looking for stuff for his cousin as well. So we got her first. Well, I say her. We got this first, and that started us on our path of, more inner peace and inner learning self, I should say. Well, stones, I've always been into stones. Looking into them and wearing them. Ever since I was like, I think in high school, I used to wear the little ones that they used to. I don't know if you remember. They used to have like the money one, and you wear the anklets around your ankle,
Oh yeah, I think
and
so. Yeah.
yeah, and then they fall off, and when they fall off, that means
Yeah.
you're gonna get money and all that. I used to wear those, so I started in high school with that, and so as I got older, I still was into them. But we're still learning. But we know our calling is to heal, start healing, and I think we found our niche with, singing bowls and also nutrition, trying to combine the two. But, so that's
So where
that.
can the people
But
follow
then,
us on?
well, as of right now, we haven't really started a page yet to, for people to follow us, but you can always come and follow us here on the hot spot. We're gonna do this every other week, you know. Um, but once we put that up, then we'll let everybody know. But here we want to share this bowl.
I
We
definitely
found
want to follow you guys when you put up your page.
Okay, for sure. So we found this bowl downtown. This is such a nice bowl.
Tell them everything
And
Whoa, that's so cool, the design in there. I
yeah,
love
so
that. Wow.
we went downtown with my dad, looking for singing bowls, and he took us to this place that he goes to all the time. And this was the only bowl in the store. And basically, like Rasan likes to do, is bargain, and he bargained the guy down. But to be honest, I think this bowl has to be like over 20 years old.
Yeah, it has to.
Has to be.
Wow.
Yes.
So
No.
it originally wasn't mine, and it wasn't Shellbird's as well. This actually was a gift to my young shaman. That's my cousin, and when I brought it home and I started like doing some research about how these bows originated, where did they originally from? I mean, they originally actually are from Africa, but I can't really find or really pinpoint and tell you that. But it really actually came from Africa. A lot of things got deleted.
And travel.
Oh,
So
I
now,
believe that. Yeah.
but now the mecca for it is China. So like
Tibet.
Nepal, Tibet, Himalaya, and like I said, it's made of 7 different metals. And so what is the word I'm looking for whenever you get married? And
a dowry. So they were dowry gifts.
So they were dowry gifts. So like, say if
Lauren
was getting married, right? And we're one with Lauren. So I would be like, okay, if I had like an extra one that I use, a classic one, so it'd be like a heirloom in your family generation. So
Right.
what I would do for you, and instead of like giving you like gold or something like that, I would give you this
The
bowl.
singing bowl.
I would
Yeah.
actually give you this bowl, and you would teach your daughter and your son about this bowl. And also, they used to say, the bigger the bowl, the more valuable the bowl is. So,
But that's only for these, not the
not for the.
I mean the quartz, yes.
Well,
but really with the quartz, the smaller bowls are actually worth more than the bigger bowls.
In America, they are.
Yeah.
But like, if you from Nepal, you usually have some stuff like this is made of this.
Yeah.
The quartz crystal really originated. They actually make it out in China, but at the same time, Americans like the quartz crystals better because it picks up a lot of vibration. So like,
oh, you know what? Is it the heart?
what?
No. Where's the E? I'm gonna show you guys because this one is a E sharp. This one's an E. So when I play it, it'll sound like. No, it's in the other.
Austin has a really big spiritual community out here.
Oh, they do?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. That's kind of why I got into spirituality. Like the community I found, I was, not to take away what you guys were saying or interrupt, but I got certified as a Reiki level 1 student, and that really like kind of put me in my deeper path. So if you guys ever want to come to Austin, there's a lot going on with that.
Look, we have a well, we got an aunt not too far from there, huh, Jamal? Aunt Cheryl, she's in Austin though. She was in down in Houston. You're in Houston, right?
No, Austin.
Oh, you are in Austin.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. So we have an aunt that's in Austin. That's where Auntie Cheryl is. Jamal's in Austin.
Oh, okay.
So I'm gonna play this one, and then I'll play the quartz one.
Quartz crystal.
Yeah, so you can kind of hear the difference. I mean, they're actually the notes is the same note, but I love this one. I don't know, just something connects me with this bowl right here. His cousin was kind of upset that I'm keeping it. But I told him like you and the bowl will connect. You'll know your bowl. Like this one connects.
Oh yeah, that's what I was trying to tell him. I was trying to say why he didn't get it, but I mean I originally bought it for him, but when I read about it, Shelly kept saying no.
Look, before he read about it, I was like connected to it.
Yeah, and she like, oh, I want that. I'm like, man, I bought that for Pezo for his, for his spirituality and his openness, because that's what he does with his clients. But
yeah.
Go ahead.
Okay, so I'm gonna play this one for you, and then we'll play the other one.
You said this is it. That was in the key of E.
Yeah.
That's funny because there's this heater. So there's this guy. I forgot his name. Let me look him up real quick on YouTube. And he makes like these videos for sleeping at night. and his name is like Randall something, I forgot, but he's like out of like Wilmington, and he makes videos about him. No, he just makes sleeping videos. Let me go to my subscription see if it's in there because he comes out with like videos all the time, and one of them is like what he does. He takes a microphone and puts it in front of one of those old electric heaters, the red, like the ones that light up with the oil. Takes a
Yeah.
microphone, but puts a tube at the end of the microphone in front of the heater, and it's like this loud ambient noise and like the key of E that just constantly plays for like 10 hours straight.
It's funny you say that, babe. I mean, babe. It's funny you say that, Jamal. Because our heater in our room has a pitch too,
Hmm.
and when we put it on the mode to go on and off by itself, so it doesn't get too hot. Yeah, it has that
Yeah.
and that actually helps us sleep too. Yeah,
Well,
it's
you got
like it's almost like white noise type of sound.
Well,
yeah,
when you
no,
were
it is.
playing when you were playing your bowl, I felt so calm. Like my body was actually kind of like going
Hmm.
with like what it was doing.
Yeah,
Yeah, I
that
love
I
that.
love that bow. So watch, you'll see the difference between that bow and this one. But like I said, they are the same exact note, the same exact note. Um, and I think the hertz are actually the same too.
Yeah, they are.
Yeah, when I checked the hertz on both of them, yeah, they are the same. So okay, now I'm gonna play this one. Actually, let me see the
Yeah, I
ball.
was gonna say you should play
I
with
like the
this.
ball one
Yeah,
on
because
certain.
it got better grip.
Okay. Okay. Here.
So
You know what's funny?
she's
Is that the
singing
one
into.
that was the E? That's the key of E, right?
Uh-huh.
So I don't know if you. There's an interview with Janae Aiko where she talks about how most of her songs are in the key of E because that's the key of life. And if you think about it, most of Sade music is in the key of E. You know what that remind me of?
What?
I still really love you.
Oh yeah, yeah. I
Mm-hmm.
still really, really love you. Yeah. Ooh, ooh.
You actually can
Yeah.
sing. You actually can sing with your bow.
Yeah.
So
Well, no,
Yeah.
that's
that's
what I told him. That's what Janae
so like
does.
if you notice how she when she turned around like that and let go, she put her head over the bow,
Hmm.
and you can harmonize with the bowl, and the bowl will pick up. So like if you were to do
Wow.
two frequencies together, it's like a symphony. Literally, it's like argon energy together. It's like how I named my daughter Nova, and I'm Super, and when we come together, we're supernova. You know what I'm saying? Same little concept.
So it's funny you say that, Jamal, how you said, she said it's like E is the key of life. So
Yeah.
E is the solar plex
Yeah,
Yeah.
which is real.
chakra, which is where your soul
Or your soul.
is.
Yeah.
So it's funny how he said it. Should I say that on here?
Yeah. Say
How
what
if
you.
somebody hits you in your solar plex, what happens?
You gotta take a doo-doo. You lose your breath.
No.
It knocks the wind out. It knocks the
If
Yeah.
somebody hits you in the solar
Yeah,
plexus,
nah, look. Hell no, look. You ain't never look. You ain't never got cracked. You ain't never got cracked playing football. Motherfucker get you all so it's gonna
oh,
knock the
that's
wind but shit. You hit
that's
motherfucker hard enough. Look, I didn't hit him. Look, I didn't hit somebody hard enough, made him doodle it. If you didn't clear your stomach before that, you gonna doodle on yourself. So that's why I be like, man, that nigga made him doodle on himself.
no
But that's why I be like, man, he knocked this shit. Look, that's where the term he knocked this shit out of him come from.
man. But yes, that it connects to your soul. It
hmm
connects. Yeah. So
Well, that's
so
why
that
when you heartbroken, yeah, that's why when you heartbroken, you feel it like right in that same area. Like
yeah.
just that whole, like this whole region, here's where most of your emotions are. Like your thoughts come from your brain, but your feelings and your emotions come from here. That's where that's why your chakras are so important. And to know your
Right.
whole, just know your whole spiritual structure is, man,
Right.
it's,
Oh, and you know what else? The solar plex is yellow, so it's like with the sun. The sun
yeah,
generates your soul too. A lot of people try to stray away from the sun, but the sun energizes your soul.
yeah,
yeah.
sun god.
That's
So,
why it's called the solar system. No, just
right,
why it's called
right.
the solar system. You ever heard of the universe soul circles? You feel me? You ever
Like
heard of soul?
because like my brother just said, the solar system basically in that area of your body too, and the solar plex is your liver and your pancreas.
You gotta think that's your central system.
Yeah, exactly, exactly. Yep. And your gallbladder is in that same area. This is all that helps your body tick and function. To keep
Mhm.
your soul connected. Yeah.
Yep.
Well,
That's how
thank you guys for listening. With this one, it
Thank
has
you.
been.
Thank you for
Look, now
sharing.
I'm
Yeah,
hungry.
thank you so much for sharing those bowls. They were so beautiful.
You're welcome, and thank you for sharing your knowledge as well.
Right.
Oh, of course.
Yeah,
Yes,
man.
thank
I
you for the
said,
reading.
Lauren, seriously, no, for real, thank you for just being here and helping us make this like one of our more positive spiritual episodes. A lot of times we just only focus on just the music part of things, and we don't look at the spirituality that goes into music. Things that are behind the scenes. A lot of this, like I was telling you earlier when I was asking you to repeat something you said, and you were like, I couldn't remember. It kind of just comes out of nowhere. And it's like it's you freestyle. That's the same thing we do as artists. Music is playing. We just coming off the top of the dome, and it's a spiritual. Basically like a spiritual, ritual that we
It's
can, that we perform.
channeling,
Yeah,
channeling
yeah.
your divine gifts.
hmm that's basically what Jay-Z does. Jay-Z doesn't rap any. I mean, he doesn't write anymore because he wrote so much material when he was younger. He's like sometimes he just pulls shit out the ass or pull something from back in the day. Like, man, I wrote that in 8th grade. All right, let me get this real quick. Let me just bring it up to date. And like I said, really appreciate you coming through. Thank you for rocking out with us so late. We still gonna
Thank you
continue.
so much.
Look, we're only in hour number 2, and it feels like we've gotten so much accomplished in 2 hours. A lot of times we're here, look about 3-4 hours, and we kind of like, shit, man, we've been freestyling and chilling and saying and talking about funny stuff the whole time. We still gonna continue to get to the music part. It's still a part of it, as you guys can hear the music playing in the background. But we really want to get this lovely message out. Like, this is just so dope, man. Like, and also to how we were able to tie in what we were talking about into music. How we were able to plug it. Basically, we still had a musical segment. Had somebody playing live instrument on here. You feel me? A lot of people, you know, it may not be the conventional, you know, instruments most of these people are used to, but hey, the singing bowls are, you know, those are instruments and the keys of life. You feel me? And these particular instruments do the same thing that instruments during a production will do as well. You know, like let's say if you compose a beat, like if you take a couple of those singing bowls and play them and you know record them, throw some lyrics on it, shit, you got probably a hit song right there. It depends on how you write the lyrics and how you record it. You know, just all from that, and then you can go off of shit. Let's say if somebody start just reading off the tarot cards while listening to singing bowls, you know, or over to a rhythmic version. It's like you know, you never know, but it just all ties into each other, and it's just dope. It's just dope. And then, like I said, I appreciate you staying on shit because I know it's damn near what midnight for you. Right? You still
Yeah.
rocking with me, rock out, thug life. Like for
I
real.
probably will get going soon though. It's almost midnight, but thank you so much for inviting me on and just having me in your space. I really appreciate it, and I had so much fun. This is such an honor.
No, seriously,
Thank
no, it was an
you.
honor for us to just, you know, have you in our presence, like just to even, or just to be in your presence, you know, just to give us the time, you know, and it was cool for me because it felt a little bit better for me to start a little bit earlier than 8 o'clock. You know, the sun was still up when I got started, so I was like, okay, it was kind of a cool little vibe, you know. So it was, you know, hey, everything happened for a reason. It was a very positive episode. Still gonna keep the energy going. I think I got some more people on their way, and we're gonna still keep this, you know, this energy rolling. The next segment, I don't know if you want to tune in or even later on. The next segment where we're gonna talk about when a couple of people get here. We're gonna talk about basically I would say most like a relationship type things or more like what was that? Laws of attraction. Yeah, that's the next topic. Going into like the next hour or two is or hour and a half. Hopefully I'll be here soon enough because I'm not gonna be up recording all damn night. And TWV production ain't open 24 hours. You know, people got to go to sleep. No shit. Now I can't say they ain't open 24 hours. But I'm just, you know, you know, people got to get some rest at least. You feel me? I ain't gonna be up until midnight.
Yeah, I'm
No.
gonna love that. I'm gonna love that topic. I'm gonna love to spit some game on that one. Spit some jewels on some people that, you know what I mean? Because a lot of people don't. Well, I'm not even gonna go into none of that. But I'm loving that topic for the next time. How about
Yeah,
that?
'cause partially what I'm gonna do is like really stray away from like the kind of like to where it's like the controversial part, like where it's like because we have a lot of this like battle of the sexes and shit, and it's like I'm trying to bring the sexes together. You know, we got too much of that. You know, like she said, kind of too much toxic masculinity, but then we have a lot of toxic femininity too. We have a lot of both, and it's like why we just
Well, the
can't all get along and you know just be happy because shit, men and women need each other for reproduction. Because if we
Hmm.
don't have each other, then shit.
well, for one, a reason why I feel like that it doesn't exist really that much is because people don't know. See, like for example, if you're an attractive woman or an attractive man, we're giving off energy. You know what I'm saying? Sexual energy.
Hmm.
But if you was pretty all your life, right, and you hear that all the time, that's like normal to you, but you don't know that the world is really attracted to you because you're like a sex object, right? So that
Hmm.
still in itself needs a balance. You get what I'm saying? So like that's why when like before I was with Shelly, I never used to tell a pretty woman what she wanted to hear because she hears this all the time. So
Hmm.
for in my for me being a young man growing up, I never used to just want to hurry up and get her number just to get her number. I actually was telling her stuff that she never heard that people would compliment on her. Like, and it sounds funny, but I would used to say certain things like I, Like anything that I knew that a man wasn't doing, I would actually say that and make her laugh. So the main thing for me is to keep a woman happy by making her laugh or smile and stuff, even if it wasn't, you know what I mean? Like I'll say something like, "Man, I like your eyebrows. Your eyebrows are pretty." Like who says that? You know what I mean? Like usually they say, "Oh, your body is sexy," or "Your teeth. I like your smile," or something like that. Like you know what I'm saying? Like you just got to be different to me. That's just how I always took forth and stuff. I don't know how everybody else get down, but what you think about that, Cherokee? How you feel
As
about
far
that?
as what you said, like how you was with women, you talking about that?
Yeah. No, well, in your way, like you know, how do you feel about that topic of what your brother said?
Oh, you gotta repeat it. I'm sorry, cause my phone was going in and out. It's about to die. But what
Yeah.
was the?
So like basically he was saying you know about say it one more time, Maul.
Pretty much about like what we're talking about are the laws of attraction,
Right.
Yeah.
and what I'm pretty much talking about is like what are things that you find attractive about the opposite sex and shit. Sometimes what do you find attractive about the same sex if that's what you're into?
Right.
But what are things that are like do's and don'ts, as far as when you're looking for a significant other, or even if you're just looking for somebody to hook up with, even if you just have like fuck it, like you just having a one night stand or something like that, and it's like, what are the qualifications for that, or what would like kind of mess up something? Let's say if you guys are in a heat of the moment, or you talking or whatever, what could be something that can turn you off from a person that you may have liked? You may have been into this person. This person could say one thing wrong. Because I know a lot of times, like females are a lot quicker to be turned off than men are to certain stuff. Like it's funny because Dope Be a Menace, that scene when Low Dog was with that bomb ass female, and she was like farting and shit and burping, and it was kind of like he was willing to look past. All right, she burped. All right, cool. Her breath stank. All right, cool. Then she farted. Like nah. It was like too many strikes, and it was like nah.
That was
It was like nah. That's the deal. Yeah, no, that's the for real. That's the deal breaker. It was like all right. You burp, okay, that's a natural thing. Your breath stank, all right, maybe you ate some garlic, but then you farted. Nah, hell no. I'm done. I mean, you just don't even get it. Damn, like what else going on? What else is work? Or like I don't know if you guys seen "I'm Gonna Get You Sucker," and she asked on, well, Rashawn, you probably remember that shit. "I'm Gonna Get You
Yeah.
Sucker."
Right.
The Wayne's
Right.
Brothers, the first Wayne's Brothers movie when they with Homegirl was like, "So do you have 12 inches?" And he was like, all right, Cherokee. She said her phone is on 1%. See you later, sis. Love
Oh,
you.
Yeah,
all
yeah.
right.
I'll talk to
bye.
you guys later. But bye.
All
All
right.
right.
Okay.
Then remember on "I'm Gonna Get You Sucker" when she was like, "Do you have 12 inches?" And he lied just to like fuck with her. And then when they got to the room, he was like, "I don't really have 12 inches." "Oh, you don't?" And so she got a fake leg, fake hair, fake teeth, fake
Right.
eyebrows, everything. Like, oh shit, fake ass, fake tits. She's like, "We're just being honest." She's like, "Oh damn," and she hopping after him like, "Where are you going?" Took one of her eyes out or something. It's like, why are you leaving? It's like, damn. And we deal with that, and even women deal with that. Like the funniest shit I've ever heard of, I'm not gonna lie, is getting catfished. I mean, it happens, but
But
how the
but
fuck do
pretty
you form a full blown relationship with somebody you have never even seen? Like you've never even some of these people like have a full blown relationship with somebody that they never video chat with. I don't get that. Like
well
I can
those
see like when
those
we first got on the internet back in the early
yeah
2000s,
right.
you could get food. Like back then we didn't know no better. Nowadays, ain't no fucking way in the world. We didn't have the shit like for example, we didn't have what we're doing right now. We had it, but we didn't have it. We didn't have it on our damn phones.
And there is no excuse for you not to be able to video chat somebody, like having a full blown relationship just via like email or text without even visually seeing that person. It's like, no, there's no excuse. Oh, my internet connection is is messed up,
But
or oh, like no, that's ridiculous.
Well, that's
one
true.
thing one thing I can actually say about like Like I feel like being attractive or even being handsome as a man, like I feel like it's overrated because like for example, I'm gonna just take humans out of it, like and think of like a picture or something that was sexy, just anything other than a human, right? Now, if you seen it and look attractive, right, and it's not a person, right? Okay, well, basically what I'm trying to say is this: like the outside got to match the inside. You know what I'm saying? And if the outside is just an object, then that's basically what it is. So you're not never gonna take that seriously. Like you can have sexual desires and have all type of sexual acts with that person or thing or whatever you want to call it, right? But it not, she has to, her insides have to be pretty as well. And that's one thing that men and women today are not, well, young men and young women, you know what I mean, are not finding right now. And the reason why is, hold on, what's going on? Oh, okay. It was it was getting a little dark. I'm like, whoa. But yeah, it's like, you know, because I mean, I didn't well, I wouldn't say dated. I actually had different females, older, younger, my age, and what I noticed is it's a lot of damaged women as well as it's a lot of damaged men. So I took economics in high school, and when I took economics in high school, they said how often can you actually win a jackpot, right? In in the slots, like how many times would it take to actually go and win a jackpot? And we found out the probability of that is 1 out of 1,000. So I use that same concept with trying to find a woman, but as far as but me not putting that energy out there, I'm just going out my day to day. And I told myself this all the time when I was younger. There's no way that I can find a rare woman that can compliment me. I would have to go out 1,000 times, literally. Like so everybody is finding it on internet, like they are really like so caught up in the matrix to the point where they just keep trying to find things on the internet. Everything is not just like how like you can buy something from the internet and when it gets there you like, man, it wasn't even what I really desired in my mind and I seen it on the phone. You get what
Yeah.
I'm saying? So that same concept right there is the reason why you need to communicate in person, minus the pandemics. It doesn't matter if it's a real disease or they caused the disease and the government did all of this. It doesn't matter if it's real or not. Don't matter. You still have to communicate and understand one another. You know what I mean? Face to face, so you know what you're getting. You know what I mean? And you need to test it out, just like how you rent a car, or you got the money to put down on this car. You want to test drive it. If it
But
ain't
you know
running right,
what?
if it ain't running right. Why are you buying a car that ain't running right? The
And you know
piston
what's
is
crazy
the
is I
piston
think
is
that this pandemic right now, everything happened is basically pushing towards is going to push everybody towards being either antisocial or more social. And you get some people who look at
exactly
it where they've missed
exactly
so much, they've missed human interaction so much where they're going to come together. Like you were talking about earlier, Lauren, when Texas, went through the freezing period, through a big frost problem and how you were saying all your neighbors and everybody came together, through despair. And I think that's what's going to happen now. It's like once everything really officially opens up where everybody can just go out and really do what they want to do, you're going to start seeing more personal interactions. And, because people are going to miss that, you're going to start seeing kids go out. Like my son wants to go outside all the time now. At first they were whining about not going outside. Now they like being outside more than they like being inside, because they're stuck in the house, and it's funny because it's like, damn, we remember what it was like to go outside, and we were trying to get the kids to go back outside. There's a whole generation that lost playing outside to where these kids actually might be able to go because they're showing that it's safer to be outside with this pandemic or whatever is going, with this shit than it is to be indoors. So you'll start seeing more outdoor activities, more kids going back to outdoor sports, because they were trying to press everybody inside. And you start realizing like that wasn't the best thing because honestly,
Right.
You know, those are the best sports are played outdoors. Like I remember it was a whole generation, fam, when I was coaching basketball that refused to go play on outdoor courts. I'm like, what? And you remember as well as I remember, like, bro, we playing wherever the hell the damn courts is at. We don't give a damn if it's
Right.
outdoor, indoor,
Right. Right.
shit.
Well,
It's a ring.
a
It's
true
a,
baller don't
it's a
play
damn.
wherever.
Yeah, like, and that's what I used
Yeah.
to tell them. And none of them ever went nowhere. And I used to tell them, I was like, see, like, y'all ass right up here playing pickup because you only wanted to play indoor. You didn't want to
Right.
play
Right.
anywhere
Right.
else. Oh, I'm gonna
Well,
get
they
hurt
was
out the pool. You get hurt playing inside, you know.
they
And
was
it's,
taking they was
huh?
taking the rim off for not to cut you out, but they was taking the rim off in the pandemic. We was searching for different
Yeah.
parts after part. They got so pissed off that we wasn't obeying the rules. I'm talking about me and other people that wanted to actually play basketball. And I used to see all different types, white, Mexican, alien, everything was out there trying to play basketball. You know what I'm saying? Even the aliens got mad. I'm like, damn, like, they took the rim and just left. Like, I started to
No,
buy a rim and put my own rim up there, Yeah, because they can't stop us, man. We're human, they can, I don't really want to go into the too much politics because I know how they are when you start talking that, you know.
yeah, no, we
So,
stayed away from politics this episode, man. We're trying to keep it
yeah.
all positive and love, man.
Right,
You know,
right. That's what
we
I
ran
said.
off some people
I ain't gonna
before.
say too much about that. Yeah, yeah. You already know. You already know. Yeah, but I think this is one of the dopest ones. I didn't even look at the numbers or the streams and stuff, but I'm sure a lot of people that's in a dark place right now can look at this and because I can go back into my dark space when I was like young and dumb and stuff like that, and going through a relationship that was in turmoil, and I didn't know who to call or to talk to or anything because a lot of people are scared. So even if they don't hit us up on this and they don't like us on the thing, they really watching. So whatever numbers it is really way more than that. Because certain people that's watching that like, man, I appreciate y'all without even having to text you and letting you know. Because I know for a fact, if I go back into my time when we didn't have all of this social media and all this stuff like this and these platforms, so I can honestly say that I come on here not to get paid. I come on here to actually spread knowledge, regardless if this show makes money or not. It doesn't even matter about that. I'm really here to really spread positivity and good energies. You know what I mean? So people can listen to this and soak this game and give it to somebody else that needs it. Because there's certain people that go through certain things that have passed away or did something stupid to end their lives and stuff like that. And
Yeah, and they didn't have no outlet.
I
Yeah,
really
they
want
didn't
to
have nobody to let them know that it was going to be okay.
yeah,
And that was a
yeah.
big part of what we
If
talked
you're a man
about
or a
earlier.
woman that's listening, listen to Lauren, listen to Lamaj, listen to Shellbird, listen to everybody that's on this thing because we are only spreading positivity. Even if you don't like it, it may be a little harsh, but when you do the right thing, it's always harsh. It's always raw. Everything natural is raw. Matter of fact. So if you feel like raw is negative, then you know, the best thing to do is just follow another channel or just keep listening to us and you will understand that you will have a lot of positivity in your life. You have it now, you just have to count your blessings and learn your lessons.
No,
Yeah.
that's real talk. And see, that's what we were talking about earlier, as far as like where, people have been in a dark place and, where people, where we've even been in dark places and had to come out of, our own
Right.
turmoil and come out of those situations. And we were talking about, where, people, contemplated suicide or just felt like giving up and just felt like, hey, shit, life isn't worth it today. Why am I even getting out of bed? Why am I even going to go to work? Why do I even care? And it takes a lot of us to have that like extra oomph, that, what, fuck it, because I care because I care. I love because I love. It matters to me because it matters.
Right.
And at the end of the day, no one can tell us how we can feel about what we've gone through. Like Lauren said, sometimes we might you know, she was saying people tell you, "Oh, change your mindset," and it's like, how could you if something is still bothering you from the past? Like you have to tackle that specific issue, and you
Right.
know because you know we had to do it. You look, I had to do this with my mom. No, my mom, you know, for years, me of all of my mom's children, you know, of all of them, I was the one that, you know, we didn't vibe, click, talk, none of that at all. But it took for me to go through certain things as a person and take and break my mom down, not as my mother, but as a person, as a human. You know,
That's
think
so
of,
important.
and
Well, the
also
thing,
too, I had to visualize and realize that she's a woman at the end of the day as well. You know, she's not just only my mom; she's a woman. So she's gonna make a decision. She might make a decision different than how I make a decision, or she might have, you know, might go into a, you
yeah,
know, protective state because, you know, I
yeah,
told her, I said, you did a lot of things because you thought you were doing the right thing, but then you realize it was some, you know, it wasn't the right
right.
thing, you know. But it took for me to understand that as a parent and go through that as well to forgive my mom for certain stuff. And once I tackled those issues that I had with her, and it was almost like I had to confront a bully or face a demon that I was that it wasn't just the demon of my mom, it was just like the demon within me, the hatred and the energy I had towards her, and it was like, no, you need to hear this shit. Fuck that. You gonna get this smoke. I don't care, mom. You're not gonna run. You gonna get it because my mom had been avoiding for years, and it was like, no, you gonna hear what I gotta say. Finally, I'm a man. I'm doing what the fuck I need to do. I'm a father. I'm trying to, you know, do the best I can, and I'm trying to figure shit out. I can't continue to grow unless you and I have a better relationship. Because it's either we gonna fix our relationship or we just gonna completely say fuck each other. And
So, forgiveness is one of the biggest pieces as we heal. And there's actually this book called The Book of Forgiving or The Book of Forgiveness, and it's by Desmond Tutu and his daughter. And it's forgiveness gives us power at the end of the day, it gives us freedom. And who we really get to forgive is usually our parents because that's where we learn everything from, our caregivers, whoever brought us up and really influenced us. And even though my dad passed away over 2 years ago, I still have a relationship with him. He still lives through me and his influences, and I get to wake up every morning and choose to forgive and lean into that and forgive that he was a human, a perfectly flawed man who tried his best. And I really prayed on that before he passed away. But it's
Who is
like
this? Who is this?
my
she
dad.
said our
Oh,
father.
your father. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. And then also with those mother wounds too, because usually when we come from a household and maybe there was from my family, my dad was an alcoholic when we were younger. So if we come from these homes that don't have a solid foundation, there's going to be a father and a mother wound usually.
Correct.
And we get to go
Absolutely right.
in and heal both of that stuff. And then when you guys are talking about relationships, it's just like those wounds early on in childhood, it's like we're just kind of repeating those patterns and those programs with these people we're coming into relationship with, and we're not really, we think it might be love or certain things, but it's really just trauma bonding, and we're reliving these certain hurts until we can wake up and be like, okay, do I want a conscious relationship? Do I know what I want? Do I know what I need? Being that's been my most challenging thing, is be everything I want to attract. And that's actually the law, like that's the law of attraction to me, is really embodying, okay, I want a grounded man, I have to be grounded. I want an abundant man, I have to be abundant. Like I really, and I was super pissed off when I realized this. I was like, damn, that sucks, but it's like, no, like get it together. This is the journey. This is the lesson that I get to embody and heal in myself. And it feels so good because I know I'm everything I want and need, and I'm never going to expect that from anyone else.
Can I stop you and ask you this question?
Mhm.
Because I mean, to me and everybody that's on here knows that you're nice and positive and stuff. So you're single, right?
Yes.
Okay. So do you feel that the man that comes in contact with you feel like you're too strong for them, and that's why they kind of like play around, or they just don't take you seriously like that.
So
Because
I
when I'm, oh, go ahead.
no, finish your question.
Because to me, without even knowing anything about you, besides I met you and you have a lot of positive energy coming towards you and stuff like that, if I can see that and the ones that you are dealing with cannot see that, then that means that you are stronger than them, and they're still in the young man syndrome. So even if they're your age or older, it doesn't even matter. They're still boys. You know, you could be 45 years old or 50 and you're still a boy. I could care less if you're living in a mansion or sleeping under a rock. You know, your compliment is gonna like match you and know that you're the one instantly. Just like you're gonna know he's the one instantly once you spend one full day with him. That's what I can actually tell you about you. You'll find that it's gonna knock you so fast that you're gonna be like, wow, where were you at? You know what I'm saying? Like 10 years from right now. You know what I mean? What would you say to that?
Um, I've been so focused on myself, I think really the last over 6 months, and really stepping into my purpose and loving all the parts that I was trying to use. And I'm just being totally real and transparent. Like I was unconsciously using other people to try to fill what I felt was empty inside of me. So when I stopped doing that and really filling myself up where I was still hurt and needed to heal and went into my purpose, I just feel like now whoever I meet, like if it's a match, awesome. If it's not, then like great, because then I know whoever comes is just going to be better. And when that match does happen, like it's just going to be different than how I used to be in relationship, because I would be in relationship with codependent programming
Right.
and just, like it's shitty, but yeah, just to kind of use another person to fill a void. And I think a lot of people do that, whether they want to admit it to themselves or not. Unless they've really healed and they can be in conscious partnership of like, okay, like how can we best support each other? Like this is my shit, like because no one's perfect, right? And how can we hold each other and build together? But if we're just in our trauma and just expecting other people to fill these voids and hurting each other, it's different. And that's been one of my biggest awakenings in relationship, and how I got to be in relationship with me first.
Right. You're absolutely right, because it's only two type of people in this world. It's only builders and destroyers. And I always tell people, if you got somebody you in a relationship and they're only a 50 percenter, if you was taking a test and you got 50% on that test, what grade do you get? A F, right? So that's the same thing that you need to look at when you're in a relationship. So like you got to have at least a C average. You got to be at least 75%, at least 75. You know what I'm saying? And then on top of that, you have to know the difference between a builder and a destroyer. You're gonna have some negative and positive in your relationship. It's never no perfect relationship, just like you said. No one's perfect. You're not perfect. I'm not perfect. Lamaj ain't perfect. Shellbird ain't perfect. But one thing that we know that we're spreading positivity. We all had dark places. So just like a light to a candle, I can light that fire, right? But what makes that fire flame in that relationship is you may have some battle where you see the flame going back and forth, battling the air when you light the candle, right? It's moving back and forth. It's a battle, right? You know what I'm saying? But that fire never burns out unless you blow it out. You know what I mean? And it's always one person that wants to give up. So long as it's more positive than negative, then the relationship is perfect. You know what I'm saying? You have to understand what relationships about. You know what I mean? Because it's certain times that I'm not gonna say that everything with me always is perfect and A1 all the time. Like sometimes I have to take over washing the dishes or cleaning up, doing something that I don't want to do. You know what I mean? It's sacrifice. You know, you can call it a job because you have to stay on your job to succeed or whatever at your craft to master it. You know what I mean? Nobody said that relationship's supposed to be just, you know what I mean? Just like everybody's supposed to do something for you. You know what I mean?
All right. So with that being said, what are things that you guys find attractive? You know, outside of the relationship part, like what are things that what are like when you look at someone physically, when you see them, what are things that turn you on? Could it be, like you said earlier, you compliment, pretty eyebrows. Lauren, maybe it could be, like the way guys wear, jeans or, however, what are things that would, when you're looking for someone, what are things that you're looking for?
I
Well, I would
think
ask, before I get started, I would ask Lauren because I don't want to get Rasan in trouble.
No,
So
no, go.
I don't want
No, you ain't gonna get me in trouble. But Lauren can go first, and I'll
to.
answer right after Lauren.
so. I
So, uh-huh.
You gonna make
I
Shelly smile when I go.
so I think somebody who really carries themselves just like their presence, like groundedness, very like just like has like a very safe presence, can hold space. And I can tell when somebody is more insecure and in their ego because certain things that come out of their mouth will be like, just competition, trying to show up a certain way. And I understand that. Like I have compassion for that, but I don't find it very like that's not attractive to me. I feel like a man who can really, just be a gentleman and welcoming and like like even opening the door and really like catering to the feminine and just really honoring that energy if that's what he's aligned to. Just like authentic, grounded. Yeah, that's what I like. That's what's really attractive to me.
Oh, okay, okay. No, that's pretty normal. So you like you very like a real simple. You're pretty simple. You're not like over the top. Like you know.
Uh, I don't
Do you
know.
do you understand what I'm saying?
I don't know.
Basically, what he's saying is that like you're not
You
pretty,
don't require a lot.
you don't require a lot. Like so, you didn't name anything materialistic at all. It's more so far as the qualities and the characters of the person,
Yes.
and how they
Because
are about themselves.
because at the same time their reality is going to reflect that. So if they
Mhm.
carry themselves that way, if they know themselves that way, it's going to show up in their reality. Yeah, so at least that's what I feel.
Okay.
Okay.
So,
So
Rasan, so what was one thing that basically, attracted you to my sister? And before you met her, what were things that, qualities that you looked for in a female that were attracted to you that were, were things like, hey, I like that, because sometimes, with men, it may vary, some females, you might get one chick that's way cuter than another chick, and it's like, or however, even women might look at it with guys like, hey, that guy is more handsome than him, but the character or the quality of that person isn't the same. So with men, because we're very visual creatures. I'm not gonna lie, like we're real visual, but we also too, we're those of us that aren't, some of us aren't always shallow. Some guys are very shallow individuals. Some guys are very, understanding. So what were qualities and certain things that you were looking for in a woman at at the time?
okay, if I had to start before Shelly, uh, I don't even think that would be a good thing to say, but I actually can say it anyway because, like I said, like that was me growing up, you know. But like really, I actually didn't look at, like, back then when I was young, I looked at girls for their physical attraction, but I knew when I don't even know when I started to find out and started having a light to myself. I can't really tell you that day or the time, the date, and all that stuff, but like I didn't really look at your sister as like a piece of meat or an object. You know what I'm saying? I liked her. I mean, she had kids. Uh I felt like I wanted somebody that did not have kids, and I realized that her kids wasn't all that bad, and they wasn't no burden on me or my pockets or whatever I do when I do it. You know what I'm saying? It was nothing. It was just like messing with somebody with no kids, so that didn't bother me, and she let me compliment her kids just like if I was their father. You know what I'm saying? So I did that, you know what I'm saying? And I did that naturally because I feel like everybody that's human has a little part of a kid in them. So anybody that don't get along with your kids, they really don't know themselves. But at that time I didn't know what I'm telling you guys now on this podcast. I didn't know that then. So like I said, then I actually so back like before when I was not with Shelly, I looked at girls as probably like an object. You know what I'm saying? Like oh, she has this, she has that, nice waist or nice this and that, like and pretty. But I mean, I didn't dealt with females that were pretty. You know what I mean? Like my motto was seven and up, no minus. I ain't even gonna lie. That was just my seven and up. That's all I deal with. But I didn't even know really what seven up was. Seven up to me, like the soda seven and up. Like I would say no tens because no one's perfect. Like Lauren said, so it was seven, eight to nine. I said seven is average, eight is like medium rare, and nine is just nine. You know what I mean? Good or great or whatever you want to call it. So I usually like dealing with seven, eights, or nines, none less and none more than that because it doesn't exist. So to go back on to like what I view as Shelly, like I don't view her as because she got this or she got that or she got a lot of money or she don't have no money. Like you know what I mean? I look at her uh not in those forms like I used to. You know what I mean? So are
I
you
feel
still
like
there?
you're attracted to her soul, like her energy. Like it's
Yes.
really complimenting to you.
Uh-huh. She's over there grinning. I wish she was on the thing so she can smile because she's loving this question that her brother is giving me because she loving the fact that I'm just saying that she's like a ball of energy right now. You know what I mean? Because like I said, like if you a relationship is like two rams butting heads. You know what I mean? Now you're gonna have some good times, you're gonna have some bad times, but at the same time you just gotta know that we play on the same team. We play on the same team and everybody don't have to be right all the time. Sometimes you gotta charge it to the game, you know,
Yeah.
just like how, you gotta charge everything to the game. And what I would say to anybody that's on here that's trying to find a compliment, you don't go out there and the reason why I said with you, Lauren, is like that's some like normal and like you said, grounded. Grounded is simple as well. So like I felt like she had some ground in there, and like when I first met her and we went out, like she was very simple. She didn't, even though I can buy her more than what she wanted, she just only wanted like I was like, what do you want? Like we was at this little bar slash restaurant and she was like, well, I just ate already. All I want is some fries. I was like, that's all you want? Like you can get anything you want. She was like, okay, I still want fries. I'm like, all right. You know what I mean? I bought her some fries and then and like from there I'm like, okay, she's just normal and simple, you know what I'm saying? Which is like, pretty cool. And one thing, and she not materialistic, that's another thing. And I didn't want her just because she was simple, because I can buy her some stuff. And once we on that path to where I feel like she's right on the right path, I'll buy her those things that she may not even want, but I'll still just get it to her anyway. Like we're not married, but she got a diamond ring. She can say you know. But at the same time, it's not a wedding ring, but it's not a promise ring.
Yeah.
Like I know you're gonna leave. I'm not like a simple. What should I say? What's the word for it? I'm not one of them guys that feel like a guy could just snatch her up, like grab her arm and
Right.
say, "You're mine," and she's gonna just fly her way. Like I have a type of energy to myself to where I'm not a jealous guy when it comes to stuff like, or like if I'm at work and she's on a podcast and she's communicating with other guys and I'm not there, I'm not, nah, I don't, my energy don't have to be there. It's already in her. You know what I
Hmm.
mean? And it lives a little bit in her while I'm at, work or something. So I'm really not a jealous guy. I'm kind of grounded myself. I didn't used to be like this. The universe, like you was telling Cherokee not too long ago, you know what I mean? The universe will take you in certain places that you may not want it to be there, but you're there. But you're there now and you gotta deal with it. So basically it's like if like with your cards, I could like you ask for permission because a lot of people feelings get hurt. So like let's just say if you train me to know the knowledge of those cards like you know it, I'm more of a raw person. That's why you'll hear the raw word that comes out of my mouth all the time because a lot of people would think I'm negative because I tell them straight up, straight up. Oh, she just popped something on the string. That's what I was like. Yeah, but yeah, I'm loving that what you were saying about how you was grounded because that's how I wasn't getting on you like, oh yeah, you're just simple, like not like that, but just simple to me is normal. You know what I mean? You're
Well,
not
I
like
mean,
over the top.
I've definitely had my share of, I'm dating, hooking up with people that were just more of attraction or, really not listening to what I wanted and needed because that's not how I was brought up. That's not that was modeled. And so when I finally decided to break the cycle and really start trusting myself by following through on what I needed and not abandoning myself for what people like showed me they couldn't bring to the table. And like I just kind of was like, okay, well, thank you. And blessings on your journey. Like that really changed my programming and how even though it was like the results, like I don't have a partner right now, I don't have that person, but it's like I'm trusting that that will show up when it's supposed to. And I think we grew up in a culture where it's like it's so backwards as to what romance and love is, and it's all this drama and roller coasters and exciting, but it's so bad for our mental health and like how we feel about it
Right.
ourselves.
I feel like the universe is there for you though, like all the time. When you feel alone
Yeah.
and all that stuff, you know how you feel like, okay, I don't have a man or I don't have a husband. No, but you have all of these minerals and you have this oxygen, you have all of
Right.
this time that the universe is giving you. It's time to mold your planet. So your planet is
Well,
dope by far. You're glowing right now. You know what I'm saying? Because my name is, my real name is Rasan. And you know, and Ra is the sun, and the sun god has rays, and you're like your own personal planet, and I can see your planet shining right now. So like, and
well,
I can
thank
see
you.
the spectrum of that. So at the end of the day, I honestly can say that when a real man actually communicate with you, it doesn't matter where you go, you will know when. But I would suggest something to you like for the guy that does talk to you to make sure that he does not drop like try to like just be like you normal like that, like he shouldn't be dropping no type of game. Like it should have like good conversations.
Right.
You and him should have good conversations to where both of y'all gonna feel like okay, we have to connect, like
Yeah.
with email number, and then go out and have conversations and see how he is. And then like if you have kids, then you have to slowly but surely start sprinkling. Do you have any kids, by the way?
I'm everyone's favorite aunt. I babysit. I love kids, but I don't have any.
Are you planning to have some when you find your significant other?
I don't know. I'm not sure. I've always worked with kids. I've always felt very like passionate about helping youth and influencing kids in a positive way. I just don't know if I'll have my own.
Oh, okay. Well, you know what I'll always talk about myself so you can kind of find a little bit of yourself because I know you on a spiritual journey as well with uh finding yourself right now. And like I said, you're glowing. I can see that because I'm a man, and and that's why I'm dropping this on you, saying that you like when you feel like you're alone and you sad when you go to different places. If real man is not acknowledging you, it's only because they're not a man. So when
Yeah.
you're going to the places where not just because you're definitely not ugly, and you have a lot of light rays coming off of you. Just like how I can like notice, you know how you feel that feeling when somebody is pregnant or like when they pregnant, they really glowing. You got that glow, like that glowworm glow.
Wait, so it's interesting he says this because before I met him, I was married for like almost 8 years, and after I separated from my marriage, I didn't realize it at first until I started paying attention to it. But guys would like be attracted to me, and I was thinking to myself like, what changed about me? Because everything was still the same. And I never had the attention from guys when I was married, but when we separated, it was like it was a magnet. And it's that glow, like he said. It's like once you start healing yourself, men will see that glow in you, and they will be attracted towards your glow, But like you said earlier, it's like when you go through those things, you now know how to sort through those energies as they come at you now.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
so you
definitely.
you needed the experience of your past
Uh huh.
relationships to help
To
you
Oh
help you be
yeah.
breathe through.
help you be who you are as a
Well, I
person.
think as we step into our healing journey and our purpose, and if we're trying to repeat the past relationships, like the last person I dated, the universe is like, what are you doing? Like,
Right,
you're on
right,
this
right.
path and you're going to do this. And it was like the straw that broke the camel's back. And like, I went in probably the deepest healing I've ever done. Like, went to the deepest core of my wounds and just was like, purged and was like, okay, God, I'm here and I'm ready. And that's what this
Right.
journey has been the last like 6 to 7 months. And I'm like, I feel like, okay, like for the first time, I don't think about someone else needs to complete me. Like I know I'm everything I've ever wanted and more because I have this relationship with the universe that I'm a source from and really tapping into all these things that have been buried deep inside from my trauma, programming, society standards, all that stuff. So I do see the lessons, the experiences from past relationships. Like, I don't regret anything. And I know, and I'm so grateful that I can see that now and I'm choosing differently. So then when I do have a new relationship, it's just going to be way, way better, way healthier, just a better experience.
Right. Yeah. Yeah, I understand what you're saying because I went into that dark place with my ex girlfriend, and not without telling everything that happened, because everything was a learning lesson, and I've been to that bottom place that you're talking about. So if you was a can of beer, that bottom of that barrel, even though when you know that you did a lot in that relationship, it's like investing into an engine that you knew that was brand new, manufactured for you. It was made for you. And all of a sudden the pistons start breaking down, and then the brakes start breaking down, then everything start breaking down, and you kept building it back up and everything kept continue to keep breaking down. So that is a toxic relationship,
Yeah.
and one thing about that see, when people have kids, they like to repeat the same thing over and over because they want, if they had like a bad mother or father or something, they always wanted a real structure. So what they'll do is they'll hang on to a toxic relationship, thinking like, okay, well, I have kids by this guy or I got kids by this woman. You know what I mean? And they think that would help, but some things need to just, be fresh and just broken up for a second. You know what I'm saying? Because one thing about glass, it could be melted down again and made into something that's unique, and rare. So, but certain things that's too toxic, you know, you just have to move on with your life and start finding elements and minerals outside of our bodies and drinking good water and figuring out what's real water. Like, you know what I'm saying? Is it alkaline or can I balance? And I tell people all the time, you can't drink alkaline water all the time. Everything good is not even good for you. You have to have uh, different ratios of those foods. Because when I was on my detox, I noticed when I ate processed foods and meat all the time, I was real like sluggish and I would get sick faster. And I thought like, man, what is this? Like, is it my eating habits or is it the air pollution or something? But when I started doing this, and this is what me and Shellbird does all the time. Once a year, we go on a detox, and I would like to go on a podcast. I mean, me and Shelly is going to start a podcast, and then we will put that on this podcast so people can follow. But we'll still be on this podcast, dropping jewels and any requests that any viewer have, we will answer that for you, and everybody will have their equal time to share. Like I said, I don't do none of this for money. I do this to heal people.
Welcome back, Lamaj.
Yeah, my phone had died, man. I was like, what the hell? What was fucked up? It was the charger it didn't really go with the phone. So as the charger is on the phone to say it's charging, but the shit is like doing a countdown. I'm seeing it going from 10, 9. Hey, as I'm sitting here like scrambling looking for a fucking charger, you just die. I'm like, it's about a bitch. So I just been sitting here chilling, enjoying the conversation. I was like, hey, fuck it. It's kind of cool to sit back and watch my own show for a little bit. Let's see how this goes. Hey, but you know what, though? You guys are doing your thing, though. That's real shit. We have some more people in, so I don't know if people want to be on camera or whatever, but we have more people that can, add more to the conversation, that can elaborate a little bit further on what we were talking about before as far as like, laws of attraction, things that, what are do's and don'ts, what are your likes, dislikes, what are things that attract you to the opposite sex or the same sex. That's what the topic is right now. Earlier we were talking about, spirituality and different things, what we've gone through in our lives. And she actually, hey, you want to do some more tarot card readings? You guys want
it's almost 1 a.m. and like my energy is so strange right now. So I'm actually gonna log off. But rain check next time.
Hey, okay, so maybe not next week. I mean, unless you're available next week. I mean, we can start this off at 7:30. Normally I do it at 8. But hey, if you're down, we can do it again at 7:30. Bring everybody on.
Let's connect. And we'll plan for next time because I think next Thursday. Yeah. But it was so amazing being on here. Thank you so much. I had so much fun, and I cannot wait for the next time.
Yeah, no, seriously, thank you for coming through. Thank you for supporting, thank you for bringing positive energy. Like, this is probably one of the happiest episodes we've had, more, like we always do, lit episodes. It's always highly active, highly energetic, but this is one of those episodes where we were able to talk about music in the spiritual sense and not even really mean to talk about music in the spiritual sense, but it was able to all correlate with one another. And Thank you so much for your energy, just for your knowledge, and
Ew.
like I know you have like so much more that you could be able to share with us, but it's like, like you said, there's only so much that we could be able to share, and so much, only 3 hours. But look, we will do it again. Look, next time, shit, we'll have the hooligans come through, and these guys most likely will be able to, we'll probably see if they can do a tarot reading, and I mean, if you'd be able to do a reading for them, and we're gonna make sure that people donate to that Cash App. I'm gonna send some Cash App.
Oh,
Cash App.
thank you so
Comment
much.
section below. Really, really.
Thank you. That's so like, I just came for fun, but thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
All right. Well, sending everyone so many blessings and love, and I will see you soon. Thank you.
Yeah. Well, since I'm now, we're getting ready to go into this final hour, and this has really been a wonderful episode, man. Like, really, it's really been a good episode. Once again, thank Lauren, and I want to thank Lauren from the bottom of my heart for coming through. Of course, Shellbird for being on. We're gonna keep the conversation going. Got a couple of friends here, just stepped up in the building. Well, I briefed them on what we were talking about a little bit earlier. We're gonna converse over a couple of things and get some ideas. You guys don't have to be on camera if you don't want to. And, you can just you want your voice heard. If you want to run, we understand. We ain't gonna keep real discreet, low ball. So the number one thing is, like I said, laws of attraction. So we can go down the panel. Even if you want to give a nickname, you gotta give you a real name. And you be like, yeah, my name is Aloysius. Aloysius, yeah, that's the name that I came up with for the night. You feel me? Like, get this nigga. Somebody come get this nigga. All right, so we're gonna go down the line. We got a couple of ladies in the building.
Laws of what?
Laws of attraction. So
Attraction to the opposite sex or the same
yeah, or even the same sex. Like, what do you look for? Like, we're not looking at the bad part, because I'm trying to keep away from, what about because people do this too. What about the men? What about we don't, I had to try to tell them earlier, like, nah, let's not, because if they don't, I'm like, nah, we can't go there, because I'm tired of seeing those arguments with y'all know, like,
it's always going to be a back and forth there.
That's on Facebook and on social media, that's all that goes down all day. Like,
did you ban?
Man, somebody fucked around and add me to the Kevin Samuels fan group page on Facebook, man. That shit goes down. Like, if I ever want to just have any interesting things to read or just feel about that day, oh yeah, I'm finna go fuck with Kevin Samuels page, because it's not gonna disappoint. You got some woman mad at men and some man mad at women. And you got all of those of us that's in between just enjoying conversations. And I was like, man, let's have a conversation of appreciating each other. When we all like, hey, I like, like a woman that kind of like, my name is Ralph, and I like a woman that loves everything and everybody. And my name is Paul, and my name is Larry.
You gotta be Larry.
And I love all the women of the world because they love me. I mean, how the song goes. I made it that way.
I love all the ladies.
So, with that being said, don't.
Is there a mic or they can hear us?
Oh yeah, they can hear you.
So much shots for sharing on the I don't mention no name. I like.
Wait. Do you want to be on camera or no? Or you...
I don't care.
Okay, cool. So go ahead and introduce yourself. Let people know what's your name.
My name is JoJo. I like skinny guys, black guys, or like brown.
Mm-hmm.
I like tall guys, and I believe my style of dating is preliminarious or polygamous.
Mm-hmm.
Next question.
So, so when you're looking for these guys, what are like qualities you looking for like that? Smell good. You said short, tall. Like what are certain things?
Like 5 feet to like 6 feet plus. Maybe 6'5".
Okay. So also too, what are turnoffs? Like what are do's and don'ts? Like let's say you're talking to somebody or you're dealing with a guy, and what are things you like or dislike about that?
Turn off. No ambition. No trainingness.
Okay.
You gotta have like 2 out of 3 or 3 out of 3, like job, car, and place.
Yeah,
2 out of 3 is fine if you can have all 3, because some people have to work on getting to the next thing. But as long as you're trying to get to the next part. If you don't have a car to get the car. You don't have the car to get the place. You don't have the place to get the job. And it goes hand in hand with each other.
Okay. So what are some of the things like? So let's say if a guy was to ask you, these are your requirements for him. So what would be, let's say if he say, well, what would you have to offer this kind of person? These, this man you're looking for, or who you dating, or even if it's just looking up, or let me ask, are you women or two, or just only guys, or?
Well, a guy I'm talking to, I can say his name out of this because he's in another state.
Okay.
He's not here to speak up for himself, just in case he might see this. So someone I'm talking to that I have a crush on in another state, I'm willing to share him with other females, one to be able to like where we bring income into like the household, share the bills, and if he has kids already, I'm fine with that because I love kids and I already work with kids.
Okay. So you don't have any children of your own?
No.
Okay. So
we're thinking about maybe when we're dating and getting to know each other better, to maybe one day get married or something like that. But I want to share with other people.
Okay. So we're going down the line.
I don't believe in monogamy.
I feel you. Okay. Oh, okay. So we're gonna go with. So next we're gonna have this beautiful young lady here. Would you explain? Give your name. What's your name? What's your name? State your name.
I like
name.
to stay anonymous.
Anonymous. Okay.
Yeah, anonymous.
Okay.
So like Lauren was saying earlier.
Wait.
So like Lauren was saying earlier, I think someone that is grounded is very good, that knows themselves, that's masculine but knows how to tap into their inside as well, to kind of understand the opposite sex of what we need as far as being in a relationship. That first contact though has to be, some kind of spark. I like a little banter back and forth. I like a person that talks a lot because I don't talk a lot. Someone that's entertaining, amusing, kind of like a life of the party type of person to bring, I guess, that out of me. However, just like Lauren was saying, sometimes we look for a spouse to fill a void that we have, or to, I don't know if it's filling a void or complimenting us. I mean, it could be a little bit of both. It could be a little bit of both, of somebody that's filling a void that you feel you lack in certain areas, but that can also compliment you as well and bring another side out of you. Somebody that's there to bring the good things out of you.
Okay. So what are things that You know, what are things that you do? You know, or how would you dress? Let's say if you're going somewhere, you want to attract a guy, or you know, how would you dress in that situation?
I mean, it would depend on the atmosphere where I'm going. Where I go determines how I dress. I'm not a person that shows a lot of skin. I'm not comfortable, I guess, with that. But it depends on where I'm at. I don't think necessarily what you wear is supposed to be what somebody is attracted to you for. Because if you're out showing everything, then that person is only interested firstly in what you look like. So yeah, of course that first, attraction to you would be that physical attraction, but does it necessarily have to be what you have on?
Yeah, that makes sense. Huh? Yeah, no, seriously, yeah. Yeah, no, really. No, for real. And that's true, because it's like with guys, like we do the same thing. You know, we'll go out somewhere, like, hey, man, we gotta be fresh. Like popcorn flavor somewhere, like maybe up in there wear extra medium shirts,
And I think it's different for men and women. Like I think for women to be attracted to men, I think we look for a little bit more than what men look for. Like I've been walking down the street with just what I have on my head, sweatpants on, and people still, want to talk to you. But a man is a little bit different. I mean, they have to kind of dress up a little bit for us to take that second glance at them walking down the street, or
Yeah, that's true. Because I mean, I've seen dudes look at a female, she could be homeless and be dusty, but if she built a certain way,
that is correct.
These niggas will crash their car like, wait, hold on.
That's correct.
I throw her in the shower real brief, nigga. DD's is around the corner, nigga. We finna go throw some clothes on her. Hit factory tees, nigga. Hey, that ain't open. Fuck it. We finna go to Rainbows then, nigga. Shit. We finna go. You love me? Oh, well, I got it at Ross. Yeah, we finna go here. Like, man, even better. Like, shit, Dollar Tree got some socks. The Dollar Tree got a pair of socks on here. I'm just saying, and they got a t-shirt for $1. Man, that's that, and that's how it is crazy, because that's how men just, it's like, it's just like, that's just part of the laws of attraction. I don't know. It's like, it's opposite in the animal kingdom, because we're animals, but we like to, I guess, supposed to be the top of the food chain. I don't know, unless you hop your ass in the ocean and all that changes. But well, here on Earth, our guests in our circumference, we're in the top of the food chain. But let your ass go on ahead. You gonna see what the fuck where. That's why the niggas in the forest be hiding. The niggas ain't going out there. But so let me get back to low key in the wild, in the animal kingdom, the males have to be flashy and beautiful and presentable, and it's especially that way with birds. Prime example, the peacocks that you see, the beautiful ones are males. All of them are all males. None of them are females. Like if you see the pigeons, like pigeons have like kind of like a rainbow coat on their neck, those are the males. Even the red robins with the red chest, the poked out ones, and they look like they buff and shit, males. Roosters. You see the way today, all colorful and shit with the little waddle and all that extra shit. Males. Then even with
like mating calls too. Yeah. Like the males, they do their mating calls, and the females, they respond to the call that they want to respond to.
Men used to do that back in the 50s, the 60s, the doo-wop groups. Like who was that said some shit? It was like, a nigga really have to love you, and his homies had to love him. Because for 5 niggas to be standing on the corner singing, and one girl and only one nigga trying to get at it, it's like, that's some dedication from the homies. Like, man, and they in the cold with a jacket on. Night and day, like, yo, get your ass out there, go home. You don't know about it. You ain't never been in love the way I've been in love. Do. Now, do. You can't tell me to go home, Mister. Do. Maybe you have been in love, and maybe yours left and went away. You know what? I have been in love. You got 10 minutes, son. That's all I need, sir. For my lady right here. Now, say, baby. Like, what the fuck? Say, I'm like, wait, this is what? Go get your ass out of here. You goddamn cats. Like, nah, man, that's the homie. He channeling his Eddie Griffin. Oh, okay. No, you mean David Griffin? No, man. Eddie Kendricks, I mean, man. Eddie Griffin, comedian. Oh, okay. But you're right. The males are the ones that make the mating calls. Now, one thing, and I guess even in the regular, I guess in the human world, females, they smell good. It's like, you walk by a crowd of dudes. Japanese cherry blossom with some bubble gum in the dish mix. Wait, hold on. Okay. No, they fucks with that. But it's like, even I guess with women, you gotta, you see a nice, well-built dude, or put together. You may not want this. I don't know. You may look at, like, for example, like The Rock. I ain't never heard a female say The Rock was ugly. Now I've heard females say they don't want all them damn muscles or whatever, but then I've heard, females like, oh, The Rock look good. Mike or Billy D. Williams. That nigga old as fuck.
All the ladies, bro.
Like, I ain't never met now, motherfucker, they ain't, man. Man.
45.
For real.
Hey, it's funny. That's what fucked up that Star Wars movie, that Han Solo movie, when they put Charles Gambino as Billy D. I'm like, oh hell no, y'all fucked up. At least Trey Songz. Somebody like or fucking Michael B. Jordan, fucking use him again. Fuck it. He for everything, but somebody suave, like, that's Billy D, man. Come on, that's excuse my language, lady. That's Mr. Bitches. Like, that's the original Mr. Look. In Boondocks, see Mr. Bitches. Like, come on. Your granny, like, that's the original Denzel. He was after Harry Belafonte. It's like every era, that it was all light skinned. But yeah. You take that corner, I got this corner. You know what I mean? Man, that's crazy though, just how things change. So, all right, we're gonna get deep into this conversation. So, I'm trying to answer that. Yeah. My bad, fam. My bad, fam. You want to be on camera or you? Okay, cool. I give a shout out, let them know what's up.
First of all, you can just call me bro, because I'm your family.
That's what's
up. Attraction to me is just like a girl with like confidence. Like you can just see it in her. Like I don't care if she's skinny, big, short, ain't got no leg, nothing like that. If she got that confidence, you gonna holler at it. All right. That's just the thing. And like I go for eyes. Like she got some pretty eyes, I'm already on you. I didn't even look at the rest. Oh, you got some pretty eyes. Then I start talking to you, and you can be beautiful, body banging, but if your attitude sucks, that's a big turn off for me. I couldn't do it.
Yeah, no, that's real talk, though. That's real talk. And I think, I don't know, because it's almost like with women, it's different because it's like
men are banging anything.
Yeah. As far as not sexually, now if you think about as far as who we be with.
But you're not gonna take anything home to my house.
Exactly.
Like you gonna have those little knockoffs, you see them, short skirts and all that. Oh yeah, that's what I want. But I'm not taking that home to mom. I'm taking my girl blue collar.
Yep.
Drive a nice Camry. They gotta be too much. It gotta be too much. We got a nice Camry, we got a condo.
The Camry is like the settled couple car.
That's real shit.
The other one, you need to get some stamps from her or something.
Okay.
some steaks and crab legs every once in a while. You know, bang her. Yeah, see how it goes. But you can't go take her to mom.
That's real talk though.
You get those urges like, oh man, anything. I'm going to the club.
Yeah.
I'll take some home. Like there's just, people go to the club. You get in there 45 minutes. Hey, I'm taking some home. Like you don't even go to just. I'm just going to take some home.
And it's
you having a good time. Like,
and it's funny because it's like, and you know, it's like you get some dudes that try to turn that into something different. It's like, man, just it is what it is, you know, and just leave it at that.
After a while, you're gonna look up and you're 42, and you're like, damn, like I got nothing to show for it.
Mm-hmm.
Like I'm still at my mom's house. Mm-hmm. My truck ain't running. Mm-hmm. You know what I mean? I'm Ubering everywhere. Like it looks sad after a while. You're like, man, if you go to the club now, you'll probably see it's that old dude
all the time
with all the keys in his hand, like shaking it like, oh, I'm gonna go run thing real quick. Yeah.
Everybody drinks that metallic suits that hat with a feather on the side.
Yeah, like only person in the club with a hat on.
Yeah.
And it's 90 degrees.
Yeah. In a top. Yeah. The top button still button.
That's the ones that go to the club every weekend and look up and like, oh, he's 50 now.
Yeah.
The fact that you realize that, not saying you talk about yourself personally, but that's
I gotta get picked up.
Yeah, I'm just saying, like, but somebody who didn't realize.
No, like,
some people don't even realize.
You go to the club right now, you'll see that one dude
You're over your
age bracket right now.
People might change. Nothing like that.
Like, nigga, ain't you supposed to be like grown and sexy, right, OG? Man, I am grown and sexy. It's grown and sexy. You know, they grown.
I've done that before. I've been invited to a little club, so I'm like going there. I'm like, oh, hell no. I'm out. Like, I'm twice y'all age up in here.
Yeah.
Can't do it.
Yeah.
Can't do it.
You last year, like, you know, I'm like, oh.
Wait.
Yeah.
You saw your student?
Oh no!
Yeah.
Oh no!
Yeah. Hey, coach.
I'm like, no, mine.
I try to get. I'm getting no security.
You gotta play it off.
Tell my whole hey, y'all, we
I've been spotted.
The kids will record you and put you on. Look, I saw Coach Blood smoking blood.
For real. Like when you said, "What, you ain't passing me?" and what? Oh, okay. I got you.
People give some.
You're not gonna pass me in what class? Oh, okay, I got this video I'm about to send to administration.
He dribbled booties and stuff.
That's the craziest shit about it, though. Actually, we was talking about that earlier. How like some of these teachers get in trouble and shit with the schools. Just
Franklin and shit. Like, dude.
I'm not even gonna lie. We went to Magic Mountain a few times with my family.
That's different. Like, that's a function, family function.
People don't have to either. Nothing went on or anything. Hey, our math teacher's paying for everything.
I watched a sex movie with my teacher.
See, that's
Not a sex movie, but a lot of grown sex scenes.
Was y'all by yourself?
Nah, it was a whole class.
Okay, so that's different.
But he should have gotten in trouble though. He could have one of us could have snitched. Nobody did though.
That's it.
No, this is I'm talking about like when you put in lip gloss on your lips and your teacher asks you, "Oh, can I have some of that?" Or if the teacher's standing in front of you and you looking at him and he say, "Oh, you see something down here that you like?"
Oh, okay, that's different.
Now those were my experiences.
Those
were my experiences in school.
No, but it's safe for that. It happens. Like people right in front of your face, like, oh man, what's such and such? Oh man, it hurt. Like, no, what happened? Oh man, he's touching on the woman. I'm like, what?
Yeah,
we just had a game last week. Like, well, what? Like, it's crazy. Like, you never know. Yeah. And they be married with kids.
And they get into that profession for that reason.
And that's the sick part about it. It gives the rest of us a bad name. It gives the rest of us a bad name.
Yeah. And it's like, I wonder, shit, that's crazy because that kind of ties into the laws of attraction too. It's like, what attracts them to, like,
maybe something they ain't getting at home.
But it's little girls.
Yeah, it's like you can wait at least to like
I told girls, but my first mindset was like, hey, I need to teach mom. You know, who's there all the time. Like, because I don't want any allegations going on. And like at all times, it was at least 3 adults, like women and other coaches that was in there. You know, it's just so nothing crazy can be said or anything. So you got to think about that stuff.
Yeah, you do. We got to. Man.
And some coaches be like, "Oh no, I take you home after the game." Like, like no, you don't. Where's your mom at? Like, we're gonna wait at this school until 11 o'clock. If your mom comes.
Maybe some kids that be grown though and be like, you know, doing fast stuff.
That's true too.
Might touch them on the leg or
you're an adult though, so
you know, trying to be grown.
You should knock that down right away. You're an adult. Like that's your career. Just you throwing your whole career away over a kid.
Right.
And that's real talk. And it's messed up. Like I've had to deal with when I was coaching, just even park and rec. Not even like dealing with the kids like that, but they're just dealing with the parents. Shit, you know, like you might like get. I've had a mom before ask me, "Oh, are you single?" And I didn't even like pay. I didn't even respond or nothing. I'm looking like the fuck. I'm in the middle of the damn game, and they sitting on the sideline like, "Hey, coach," you know. I guess they talking or whatever. And they like, "Oh, hey, coach, are you single?" I'm like,
it gets serious in high school.
Man,
they'll do anything to get their kids on playing time.
The setup or.
And that shit had me sitting there like, oh, fuck that show. The thing is, her husband's sitting right there, but he don't speak English. So they doing like they dirty like that.
It's a crazy game. Like I had to learn it like really fast. Like I'm a straight visual learner. I've been learning a lot of sports and coaches and just playing around, you know. And I'm like, oh damn, like, it's a grimy game. Like, this is a grimy game. A coach will come after the game and try to steal your kid to go to their school. Like, hey, who's your transfer? I can make it happen for you. You just started over here. next week your player gone.
Damn.
And your player lives right across the street from the school. So how did you get to go to this? Like the system is. I'm not gonna say no names, but that's why a lot of schools want championships.
Okay, now.
What city?
Huh?
You can't mention names. What city?
Southern California.
That's a lot of shit.
The place where them schools.
High school.
Yeah, that
high school.
Yeah, narrow it down.
High school. We talking about high school?
High school.
Yeah, you know where you get high at, you know. High school.
We don't know no NATO Jacob.
I don't know no NATO Jacob.
All right.
Hey, look, you ever seen Head of State?
They was in my grade.
I forget.
They was in the grade.
Yeah, okay, yeah. I remember that, yeah. It was at one time. Okay, yeah, I remember that. I was in that grade.
None of them kids were in SoCal. None of them kids. I don't know where else from.
I'm telling you, look, when niggas be like, you know, I don't know no NATO Jacob. Where's that from? I got that from Head of State. When they asked Bernie Mac, it was like, so what do you think about NATO? And he was like, I don't know no NATO Jacob. Like, I don't know no NATO. And it was like, what? Yeah, I don't know no NATO. Like, what? Like, I thought you was talking about NATO Jacob. So I know you was talking about the North American transatlantic trade. Like, what? Yeah, I thought, you know, I owed him some money back in the day. So niggas be asking, well, I don't know no NATO. Like, I don't know shit. Shit. Like you said, people are trying to get you to do all kind of crazy stuff or say stuff, or especially in that, dealing in that realm. Man,
he was the Steph Curry of high school. Like, this dude, 30 points just first half. I don't know what happened to this dude after high school, but he was at least 20 26 at the time he was playing.
High school. He was 26.
Fool. Yeah, like there's no way. No way your hormones is that fresh. And you're 11th grader though? No, there's no way.
I didn't know they allowed that.
Oh,
I graduated
late. It's a dirty game.
Come over from another country at an early age and shit like that. They write some certain papers up there. Pull it off.
I will just make him a birth certificate. Nobody's gonna look at this. Don't worry. It's high school. Nobody cares.
You thought he was 26?
I saw him like that. I saw him at the bar.
What the fuck?
I saw him at the bar. After the game. I'm like, ain't got to do that. This for
Yeah, he got the fake ID.
Maybe.
No.
Oh.
He was a regular. They like, hey, what's up?
Hey, don't they let super seniors play now too? I thought before like you couldn't play with super seniors.
I stopped following that.
What the hell is a super senior?
Alright, so super seniors like somebody I guess like let's say if they ended up going to continuation school, like ninth or 10th grade or something like that. Okay. And they still eligible, so they'll come back and a nigga like 18 turning 19, but he's still
19, 20 years old.
Yeah.
Walk through the
Oh, he got held
halls.
back? Oh, okay.
No, it's not that he got help. It's like that he may have skipped a whole year for whatever reason. Like sometimes somebody can be sick and they'll give him like won't count that year of eligibility against them. Or I'll say a nigga go to jail or something like that and he come out, he might still have enough time. Like let's say if he had just 1 year left of credits, like okay, we'll give him just that. I guess if you can
Finish off that
quarter
or semester here. Fortunately, you can play sports.
Yeah, that's fucked up. Like I think you gotta be like under 20 or some shit. You'd be like 18 turning 19, but you can't, or 17 turning 18, but you can't be like 19 turning 20. That's why I call them super senior. But that's a big ass fucking difference between a 19-year-old and let's say you got niggas 15, 16. That's like you got starters on the team.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Oh, and if you playing football, oh shit, we going somewhere. We ain't going to the pros, but we going somewhere though. We going somewhere that look like
we take the state.
Yeah. we take
Right, take the state.
I might go to junior college and like fizzle out there, but fuck, we gonna get statewide, man.
Unless somewhere there's a super senior ultra team where there's like 5 or 6 of y'all.
Yeah.
It's a wrap.
Yeah. Then fucked up thing is sometimes they'll put them niggas in they ain't supposed to play and they'll just go the whole season.
Under that. Sorry. Sorry.
Yeah, man. Oh, damn.
Yeah.
I'm sure that shit, yeah. Them, not only them, like I got a couple of schools, losing. They're saying, Morningside, a couple of different schools I've heard, done some stuff like this, had these people pop up out there.
How you still playing? You're so
Hey, you remember that one dude? This was a couple years ago, like 2010, or maybe it was probably earlier than that. Dude that was like 25 playing in high school or some shit, black dude. Yeah. That shit, man, dude was out there dropping like 30, 40 points. It was like, man, this dude could be the next phenom. This nigga was like on ESPN, ranked and all that.
He was older than
man.
Older than teachers.
That dude was out there for real. That dude was out there. I'm looking like, wait, hold on. He's like, my age, I remember you playing with this. Like, did he go to jail? Like, I thought I heard a super singer. That nigga, like, ultra singer. Like, this nigga beyond that. But yeah, man, it's crazy. Back to these damn teachers just. But so I'm gonna see how the fuck these dudes, like, I don't know, maybe it's they watching weird ass porn or something like that. That's going to their head. But the thing is, it's like somebody said this one time, and the dude, I forgot what the fuck old dude said this. I don't know if it was on TV or whatever. It was an old motherfucker. And he said the best thing about every year is that there's always new 18-year-olds, so you would never have to fuck no female younger than that. And I looked at him and it was like,
Fresh batch of girls graduating.
And when I heard this, I was just looking like, the fuck is this? But it was like, okay, cool. All right, well, I guess, you know, I mean, you look at it, they legal, fuck, you know, I mean, I can't, you know, that's different strokes for different folks, but
You could have one of them celebrities, like, she was like 16, 17, like that, like countdown calendar, like when she
bro,
who was that?
Bad Man.
Yeah.
Bro, them niggas is like,
What's the?
Yeah.
I went
And
on,
as soon as she turned 18, her account hit like $10 million.
man,
Yeah. Her fans only page $10 million.
These niggas have been waiting for her
As soon as she turned 18.
to try to man. And the sad thing is, like, I went on her Instagram page once because it was like a video of like a song she did. And I was like, it was a dope song, but I'm reading the comments and I'm like, you know, sick ass niggas. I'm like, man, I'm some pervert. Mother was like, well, she shouldn't be on here dressing like this or dressing. I'm like, what the fuck does that
shouldn't be on there? Like,
bruh, like, if it's a music video, I understand you want to hear the music video, see the song, but you know, it's all she's sexy as fuck. You know, I can't wait till she get going. Like, what? That was like, if you think about it, niggas was like, when you're 18, holla at me, Miley Cyrus, like, and like if you think about it, it's like, bruh, you're like, come on, man.
There's some sickos out there.
Man, it's just, you know, just to think about that shit, it's just like, okay, cool. I heard being attracted to certain things, but that ain't it. You know, it's like, you gotta love it. I don't know, just me personally, I love the essence of a woman. You know, it's like, you gotta look at women and men, humans feel like fruit. You know, some you be too white, and sometimes you be too old. You know, it's like you have just that right moment. You know, just, you know, catch people out there in their sexual, physical prime and stuff like that. It's like, what could you get out of it as a child? It's like nothing. You know, robbing them of that. You know, robbing them of their innocence. You know, shit. It's all kind of freaky motherfuckers out here. Like, it's the internet that's around shit. Or you go, it's all kind of motherfuckers out here looking to fuck something or whatever the fuck going on or anything. Like, you know what I'm saying?
Or some third world countries, village piece of shit out.
Oh man, I've seen videos where niggas got stoned.
Village, like they don't even call them the village. Take care of.
Yeah.
Just been stoned in the streets.
Oh, he touched that little boy. Oh, he did. Oh. No.
I've seen years ago they got beat with some cylinder, like they was whatever they could beat this some gas in the streets, like pow, like big bricks, just pow. We trying to get pow, niggas hitting big ass branches over this nigga back, pow. Like, man, not the look, they man, I'm telling you, they got them damn big tree, them thick tree trunks, like pow, like bruh, like. And they did this, and he said he don't do it, but don't steal nothing. They don't cut your hand off. You better not do nothing over there. But it's like those places too, though. Them damn countries like low-key free. I ain't gonna lie. Like them damn people, like you got India, the Kama Sutra. That's why we having a whole bunch of damn people in the countries too. They don't you know they believe in all the freaky shit. Like they believe in really getting it in. I mean, our country, we sell sex a lot, but we don't. It's not an actual huge practice here. Like, it's more where it's like it's shown, but in other countries, mothers just fucking like, and the reason why the numbers show. I mean, the numbers show. You know, like you in India.
It's sex sales around.
They just man, Japan, China. They fuck so goddamn. You would have a certain number of kids that you can have. Right. Let you fuck around, be a motherfucker talking about you had 10 kids.
But that's because like abortion is so available here. I think that if it wasn't, you know, like that, I don't think that we don't practice sex a lot. I just think that we don't, like, it's a taboo, like, about talking about it. Number one, like, and then just we don't use it primarily for reproduction purposes. We use it for pleasure purposes.
Now let me ask y'all a question. All right. Do you think, like, obviously there's a lot of unfit women, like, that shouldn't be mothers. But do you think, like, women don't get abortions because they feel like money is involved and they feel like they don't get a lot of money? So, like, they first think about, oh, I'm gonna get child support.
Or is it tax baby?
Yeah, like, do you think a lot of the women, like, do you think about,
Well, I know it's not chocolate or something like that. No.
like, people just do that and
The county has been going on for a long time. I've seen people with the more kids you, the more money you get at the county. But they stopped that. But it was going on. The more kids you have, the more money you get on the county. It was sad. Like being there with like 6 kids, 7 kids, just to be on the county and get $1,000. Like,
it's not worth it. I'm telling you, the money that goes out to these people that's on welfare for what they have to do is not worth it. The lies that they have to tell, like, and to counter with what she was saying is actually incorrect. At first, they were not giving you more money.
Yeah.
Like, if you got on the county originally with 2 kids and you had more kids, it was no more money. Just food stamps, no money. But now they lifted the ban, right, to where now you, as much kids as you have, that's as much money you get, but it's never enough. It's never enough. For 2 people, you getting max $656, right? Or $700. How you gonna pay your rent? Rent for a studio right now is going $1,200 and up. And if you get a job, the money that they give you go down. So you can't win either way. It's not worth it. No money is worth. I mean, not like that, but no, you can't put an amount of money on children. Raising children is either you have the love of children to raise them or not. Don't do it depending on the money or depending on nothing. Like, you need to realize that no amount of money, like, you can't put an amount of money on raising a child. Your experiences as being a parent. It don't matter, no child support, no nothing. Like, why? To me, why would you even have a child or want to create a child already knowing that you putting somebody on child support? Like, you should go into the act of having a child with somebody out of love or coming together, not out of the mindset of you automatically thinking that you having this child to put this person on child support.
But there's a lot of women that, like, they get dogged out, like,
yeah,
and like they think they can keep them by having a baby with them.
yeah.
But that's their fault though. That's that mentality that they have. That's not the right mentality. That's not the right mentality to have.
Yeah. But it happens. Like,
because that you could get pregnant and that person still, like, they don't want to be with you.
Yeah,
they just gonna help you raise that child. Yeah. So what you gonna do after that?
That's when the ones they feel, dumb in the sense, like, oh shit, like, I feel dumb.
Yeah.
Like,
yeah. Yeah.
Like you said, it is what it is.
Yeah.
Right? You let it happen.
Yeah.
It's your life in control. So, we got like 10 minutes left, y'all. It's been a pretty decent episode. Thank you guys for coming in. Let's clear out this last hour of the episode. Been going 4 hours strong. It's been one of our better ones.
don't want to leave you guys without, at least some kind of, music. Sorry, like, hey man, we talked about the music. Had to stay to the last 10 minutes, and, get it, and then just chill to the next episode. So, with that being said, go rock some instrumentals, sit back, chillax. I'd like to dedicate this to the mood of the night. It's a cool vibe, cool chills, make it feel good vibes, good rails. Shit, you off the drink or off the pill, but shit, you trying to make a deal. Can't move, can't stay still, can't stay stagnant. What is real, and what is false, and what is right is wrong. And I don't understand, fuck it, I ain't write the song. Cool niggas, Smoove niggas, sitting there swimming breaststrokes and pool niggas. Understand why you gotta go bust a few triggers. Now you sitting bounce on your ass like a chicken. But you was really timid, like you was picking. You over there got that trio, turn idiots. But you fuck ass, bitch ass, such a big fast. I don't give a fuck what you making, break fast. Break cash off in your face, me sitting back. I'm more like a race. I got a race. I got a play, I got a keep it. Get lost with your tears. Smoove the west side, east side to the Gemini. All the time. I'm doing me, peacefully. This how it is. Keep it like a Hey, shout out to the hooligans. Boy, let us come through tonight. They said we'll see you next week. Boys, Instagram, shut down the whole sauce page. There's on some whole shit. Sorry, somebody in their shit, you will approach you. Put the button. Not the car. Talking about the button, chop them up. Doing more the real niggas, not giving a fuck. Why they gotta do so bad luck? But, hey, fuck it. I ain't never hit. I ain't never scared. You see me now, but I ain't never hit. Why? Because I don't do the things that you do. I just keep moving the boxing. Say the Smoove out. But you niggas ain't never know. I got cold blood fights. Winter time's coast from the days. She's supposed to be fine. About to go ahead and strip my thing. About to do a hang back. It's a gang bang. Living like fuck. Ain't no R&B. You don't like fucking you ain't got it. Let's go and touch it. Like, touch it. Break it. Touch it. Automatic. Dirty freaking ass, bitch ass. Fuck this shit, don't go and bring your bitch ass. Hanging out with some other bitches, but you really actually play bitches. They do. They wasn't even training. They was cross-dressing. They don't like your own great. They ain't had no teeth in their mouth with a deep voice. Welcome to the Smoove Hour. This is us on 94.7 Wave. Now we got some shit. Today secrets we want to give away right about now. Got the callers on the line. How you doing out there? Now, caller 25 gonna be on the line. Hello? Yeah, how you doing? How you doing out there tonight, man? Caller 25? Yeah, man. Actually, no, man. Caller 24 right now, but yeah, I'm sorry, man. We don't allow you to, get a shot. But you want to get a shot at somebody? Shout out to ice cream maker. I got the girl eats me. Well, hopefully you call that next hour. And you call it 25. And when those tickets, shit, I told her about my rock and roll. Shout out to the ice cream makers out there making all my food with pretty rock and roll. I'm gonna go to the next caller. Call 25. Pick up the line. Call 25. You're on the line.
Hello?
Hey, how you doing out there, man? Well, I got some good news. I got some bad news.
Oh, really?
Which one you want to hear first?
You.
Well, the good news is you'll call it 25.
Oh my God! We made it! Okay, go ahead. What I win?
All right, now, you don't want to know the bad news?
Yes.
All right, bad news is you're not calling 24. So, therefore, you call it 25. That's the good news. There's only good news in this. So, what you want? You want a free trip to the
Hello?
Just one moment, man. We'll get right back to these commercials right now. 1-800-ALSO. 1-800-588-2300 Universal City needs car.
Universal City needs car.
All the all right, it's sold. Have you ever had an auto insurance accident? Man, yeah, man. Has your car crashed? Yeah, man. When you call this number right now, you'll get great auto insurance. Really? It's going to pay $15 a month. $15 a month. And if you call right now, you'll get a free discount for only $10. Oh, damn. All you got to do is call each time.
Can you come pick me up? Why? Because my car got in town. Why? Because I don't got no auto insurance.
Why you got no auto insurance, man? Oh, yeah.
What's your name?
I'm telling you, man. All right, now we're back with caller 25, and we come to find out that we have no more I'll Be Sure tickets, but we do have some Tracy Chapman tickets, man. You have won the 2 Tracy Chapman tickets. Yeah. Let's play the song with Tracy Chapman.
I always want to be gone.
She wants some Tracy Chapman. And I fell back around.
Who? Say who?
So I told you, man. Oh, dude, it's this new album with Frankie Beverly and May. Joy and sunshine. With Tracy Chapman. Give me my original feel.
Oh, okay.
And I turn back around.
That's so cool.
With Macy Gray. With
You got the salad ranch.
also with Truth. With Keith Sweat. Also, Lil Wayne. With special guest, Drake. You know, I really had to sing a song last week because I wanted to make sure, you know. With Rick Ross. Oh, yo, we got GG for sons to go see that. And I'll be sure. This all one stage, and I got with Soldier Boy. With Soldier Boy, you hosted by Steve Harvey. Survey says last time. See, y'all tried to kick me off that Earthquake and 5 versus battle with the Haslett brothers. I told y'all I was gonna be back hosting another show. This show is gonna be off the chain. I know. I'll tell you it's gonna be off the chain because I'm hosting. God damn it.
Cat Williams just added to the show.
Man, I'm just trying to tell y'all right now it's gonna be him. See if you don't get on here. It's gonna be with a pimp between a rock and a hard place. I'm telling you. And we on there tonight, we gonna be on there tomorrow. You got me on there with Steve Harvey. We don't like each other, but we gonna make it really good, baby boo. We gonna make sure that my parent is looking luxurious. That's all that's gonna matter. That's all that's gonna happen that in particular night, and that's what's going to go down. One night on An epic concert. The Five Tempting Men added to the show. Yeah, man, the Temptations ain't alive, but we just the Five Tempting Men with Temptation review. It was the 5th of November. The day, it wasn't the 3rd of September. No, we can't sing their songs, so we do the remakes of the remakes of the remix. So it was the 3rd of September, the day I couldn't remember. Yeah, that was the day when I got. Each slot is only 10 minutes long. Like man, like also added to the show, Bobby Valentino.
Oh yeah, tell me, don't forget your shoes. Oh.
Show was sponsored by Colt 45 and Billy D. Williams. Smokey Robinson. People see and just take a good at my face. I set my smile to the face. Wow, that's an epic concert. Your grandmother and your little brother and sister, everyone in their mom. Look, everyone and their mom is going to be at this concert.
Who can I bring?
Everyone in their mom.
Oh, hell yeah.
Epic night coming to a theater near you real soon. Date whenever it happens.
Woo, yeah.
We need a real address for P.O. boxes.
On when the mission to Mars happens. P.O. Box Mars. Address Mars.
So what you mean, man? The concert ain't never gonna happen, man? But you gonna put me on there with DC gonna fly, man? Man, DC wanted to have a versus battle.
At the end, the epic versus battle, DC Young Fly versus Chris Tucker.
Man, I'm gonna tell you, I'm the real one, dude. I'm the real one, man. I'm the real one, man. Yes, that's lucky. Oh my Lord. Yes, you see somebody there?
Hey, Pretty King Joffrey. Well, now to the my son Hakeem comes here to America to show his royal oaths. Now hear that! And finally, to cap off the show, Sexual Chocolate.
I believe she's in out. Teach away. You mom, you did it. That boy good. That boy terrible. Hey, let's see. Hey, you guys. Mike, we out of here, man. Welcome to the sweet. Hey, want to thank everybody for coming out to the sweet spot. We about to get up out of here. Hey, love you, love, peace, chicken grease. Hey, love to the Middle East, and let's take off to the mothership. Welcome to the sweet spot, where we keep it hot for y'all. Hotter than fish grease. And we out. Love you. Bam.
I'm gonna get some candy. And when my mind gets too